Good morning, everyone. This is Chillainous. Welcome back to another neofly live stream. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm still waking up a little bit. I didn't sleep very much because I knew I wanted to do a stream where I started in the morning, and while I could have started at 11:59, I chose not to. Get my blanket. It's a little cold here. And my microphone may sound a little different today. I just need to check the filters on this. Nope, it's good. My microphone may sound a little different today. I'm using filters in a different place rather than in OBS. So hopefully everything sounds good. I'm still keeping all the same audio levels that we had last time, and hopefully it all just comes together very nicely. Turn on this light. I have a VATSIM video ready for you all. I just need to re-export it because I added in a funny GIF somewhere, and unfortunately, I didn't realize there was another small instance of it somewhere else. It plays for a sort of length of time, and I have it hiding for just 1 or 2 frames. Music seems a little loud. Sure, give me a sec. Is that just your personal preference? Or is it better as I get closer to the microphone, or the audio levels seem to be a little bit better? Because if it's the audio of me against the microphone, that can obviously be fixed a lot easier. Like I said, because I'm using plugins in a different place in my chain, it's like a half and half volume. Man, the other day people said it sound... Hang on, let me quickly do something. Maybe even a little more? What do you mean a little more? On which? Because I can't really get the microphone... Actually, my... Give me 1 second, sorry. Alright, there we go. Everything should now sound pretty in balance. I just turned back on the filters in OBS instead of the everything else. So everything should now sound in balance. I mean, last time I checked on the stream, it sounded great. Where's my headphone adapter? I'm going to load up the stream and have a listen, see if it sounds bad to me. Obviously, this is still all a learning process. That is not the program I want. This is the program I want. Live. It's not showing my current live stream. In the studio. How odd. It's not showing it there either. That's so rude. Your channel. Hey, I found it. Okay. No, it sounds really great to me. Actually, wait, hang on. No, yeah, no, it's good. Like, the music is meant to be loud, but it still sits underneath. Oh, Jesus, that was loud as I unplugged the headphones. Yeah, it sounds really good on mine. The music is actually meant to be that loud, because otherwise it gets drowned out by the sound of the plane once we're in the air. So once we get up into the skies, you'll probably notice it feels like it evens out because of all the white noise coming from the plane. Okay, so with all of that, I need to move my stream deck a little closer. With all of that, let's get neofly up here. I'm apparently on the wrong Steam Deck profile. One sec. Okay, there we go. Now we go over here, then I press neofly. Hey, there we go. Okay, so I haven't been flying in a hot second. Our loans come out tomorrow. We could pay this one off now, or we can use this one to the maximum by doing cargo missions today. The goal of today's stream is to get up to Brisbane. And like I've mentioned in a previous broadcast, we probably won't end up staying in Brisbane for very long. This is due to some personal things that I have going on, and I just don't think I'll look at Brisbane the same ever again. But we have 172,000 to play around with today. We do want to pay off this $100,000 loan by the end of the stream. Do not let me forget, please, because otherwise we're going to be another $10,000 down on top of this $40,000, and we'll just be in an endless loop. So even if we can just get rid of this $10,000 debt, make sure we have $40,000 in the bank, we'll be good. Let's check the fuel. We will add some fuel into our plane. And let's look at some jobs. So we're wanting to move north. The amount of distance we have here should be enough to cover us all the way up to Brisbane. But we're not going to do just a straight Brisbane flight from Port Macquarie. That'll take way too long. Hey, what's up, Bug Chaos? How you doing today? So we're going to have a look at some of the... We have casino here. I don't think that's actually how it's pronounced. But that is also quite a long flight. If we were to go to casino... Let's have a look here. I'm going to turn on the plane very quickly. And we will... we'll see just how far casino is in terms of time. Because if it's not too bad, we'll roll it. But I'm not expecting it to look good. I'm doing pretty well, thank you so much for asking. Just chilling out. Alright, set the barometer. And let's just do a flight plan from Port Macquarie to Casino and see how far that is. We'll also change the CDI to GPS. Port Macquarie. So today we're flying down the east coast of Australia. Which direction is the wind? It is pretty much straight down to the south. So we'll be taking the northern exit at 2-1. And then we'll just set up casino here. And wait, I want this button. Thank you. YKS is casino. And let's just have a quick look here. Okay, enter. It doesn't say an estimated time of arrival, but it's 153 nautical miles, which is a huge distance. So we'll probably scrap the idea of casino for now. Might fly in there a little bit later, but yeah, it's just a little bit too far. Go back over to neofly here. We'll want to keep refreshing the jobs until a new one appears. We could just fly up to Kempsey and see what's at Kempsey. There are a few jobs up at Kempsey actually. Jeez, that's like 8 jobs to Kempsey. And we have 2,300 pounds of weight available to us. Of course, it doesn't matter if we can't get a job to a certain airfield that we would like. We can always take cargo. From the goods market. So here we have 10 passengers, 10 passengers, and 10 passengers. So we can... Oh, we only have space for 9. Why is it showing 10 then? Oh, wait, no, it's the XP. My bad. This is 1 passenger, 5 passengers, and 1. So we could take 7 passengers for a total of 2, 3, 6, 3 is 8, 6, 2, 4 is $11,000. And it's not a very far flight either, which is very nice. You're going to be back to lurking, reading about inter-process communication at the moment. Jesus. Alrighty then, I hope you enjoyed. Oh, excuse me, I apologize. Enjoy that. We're going to pick up these passengers. I'm going to pick up the 5 passengers to begin with.
Good morning, my favorite transporter.
Good
Passengers
morning.
will board as soon as you request it. Captain,
Cool.
we have opened the gates for boarding. The passengers are on their way.
So we're just going to be flying direct to these airfields today, keeping in mind that the wind is slightly southwest at the moment. From Port Macquarie into runway 21 to Kemp. I just realized neofly's still up on the screen. My bad. Sorry, I'm still trying to get used to that.
Hello, pilot.
There we go, Kempsey.
Your passengers are waiting for you. Let me know when we can send them.
Let's have a look here. We can actually land runway 22. I'm going to have a quick look at the
Transporter, boarding has
Kempsey
started.
airfield. It's a long airfield. Yeah, we'll land 22. If we need to make any adjustments, we can. We'll get the flight plan procedures as the approach. We would like an RNAV 22, which includes LNAV and... excuse me. It includes LNAV and RNAV, which is very nice. And I believe we want to come in on November Golf.
From dispatch to transporter.
Hang on, wait. No.
Let's take these
We want to
passengers
land
to their
0.
destination.
No. We
Pilot
want to
from
land.
dispatch. Boarding passenger. Please stand by.
I've set this up wrong. I need to take off from 5 and 4. So we're going to change our approach to RNAV 4. And we will do that end should have got me there, but we'll come in on Charlie. You gotta go, it's late and I'm sorry, but education is better for me so I can get a job. It's all good. Have a good night's sleep. I hope to see you around sometime soon.
You are
Take
clear
care,
to
bud.
start your engine.
Alright, so we're gonna take off 0. I'm losing track. 03 is what we want to be taking off to go in with the runway. Alright, 03. Yeah, that's the way that the wind is going. So 03 will back taxi all the way down, and then out we go. I'm gonna get a. Why do I still have developer mode on? Let's load up Skyforsim here real quick, and we'll have a look at the airfield chart, or the airfield that we're currently looking at, and decide which. Okay, we don't have many options when it comes to taxiing. We'll come out onto Foxtrot Charlie back taxi down 2-1 and take off 03. So if that sounds good to you, that sounds good to me. We don't have any en route things here. Let's just quickly go down the list here, make sure that it does have, yep, a final missed approach. Looks good. Oops, Jesus. I think we're good. I think we're really good to start the engines now. So we'll turn on the battery, on the fuel boost. We'll turn on the ignition. Then we'll get the starter going. We can then turn on avionics 2. Get a quick flight control check. Down, up, up, down, left, right. Feels really heavy here for some reason. I didn't realize that there was like a little map like that either. Hey Troy, what's up? How you doing today? So we're traveling 22 nautical miles today. Direct to camp. Oh, hang on. I need to zoom out here. I might need to reassess my... Oops. Might need to reassess my... Yeah, I do. So C is over there. We'll want to come in on A. For some reason, I thought that it was around the other way. So we're doing RNAV 04 on Kilo Mike 2 Sierra Alpha. That should then push it, yeah, pretty much straight through. It's a very, very short flight, 22 nautical miles. Alright, who's ready to fly this thing? I also realized I need to turn this up. My bad. So now we should have some forward motion. And we can now turn the ignition onto normal. We can turn the starter off. Everything is still going great. We can turn the fuel boost to normal. And we can now taxi. We can move straight out. Also, if anyone knows how to fix this problem where it shows the actual photo textures on the ground rather than the synthesized textures, that would be phenomenal. I talked about it. Okay, it looks like we can't go down Foxtrot, so we'll just be going straight across Bravo and then back taxi all the way down to 1. But then it's telling me to go this way, so I don't know. We'll follow what it says, but I am going to turn off... Oops. I am going to turn off those markers. And we are taxiing well too fast. Okay, before we enter the runway, I need to do a few things here. I need to turn on the landing lights, I think. We have the strobe on. Actually, maybe just the strobe is what you need. I'm not too sure. So as you can see here, all those lights, the left landing, okay, which one is on? It's up. I'm so used to it being upwards. Also turn on, I can't even turn on the seatbelt sign. So yeah, down is off. So we'll have the strobe on as we go down the runway, and then as we're about to take off, we'll turn on the landing lights. Get a little bit of momentum, please. That's the problem with these planes, they feel really heavy. Here we go. But once they start moving, they're moving. It's a very short 22 nautical mile flight here. And once again, I do have a VATSIM video ready for you, just need to re-export it. Because I decided to add a little meme into this one here, and it came back to bite me in the butt. By leaving in a little sliver of it where it wasn't meant to be. We're playing with all AI traffic off, although I really should have loaded up FSLTL as a traffic injector so that we at least had something in the skies. However, I'm neither here nor there about that, so... It feels weird after flying on VATSIM. It just feels like the in-game ATC it's just not enough. In the in-game. It's crazy how something like that can just skew your opinion on something else. Alright, nearly at the end here. I'm going to make sure that our flaps are set for takeoff. Really should have done that before we started moving away from our parking space. We are going to pull over to the left. Slow down just a little. And come around the yellow line. Ever heard of follow the yellow brick road? I like to imagine this is what they were talking about, but yeah. Hello Frederick, what's up? How you doing today? Oh, I have stopped the plane. Come on, stop moving again, please. Thank you. Alright, we'll line up. Let's turn on our landing lights. We are in takeoff configuration. I have not yet set an altitude. We're not going to want to fly very high today since we'll be coming pretty much straight in anyway. So we'll probably only do about 2,000 feet. Because otherwise we'll blow... Actually, we'll do 3,000. Otherwise we're going to blow through... our everything. We'll turn on the heading. We'll sync that to our current heading. Actually, no, we'll want to push that over to the right so that we do intercept. Sorry, left. So that we do intercept the course path. I think other than that, I think we're looking pretty decent. Oh, never mind. It says that we... So once we reach our course line, heading is then going to turn on to GPS. Everything is looking good. Let's release the parking brake and let's get started, shall we? Make sure it starts rolling. Hope everyone out there is having a fantastic day and ready to watch a little bit of flight sim. Knots. Up we go. Oh,
Pilot from dispatch.
Beautiful takeoff.
Don't sing. Don't sing.
I say beautiful takeoff and then things start going wrong. Alright. We'll start climbing out of here and we will hit the auto autopilot is not liking this. Autopilot. Why is it turning this way? Alright. I'm going to disconnect the autopilot. We're just going to fly it manually today. Well, at least to Kempsey, which is where we are currently flying. Or until we can get it on course. So let's turn on heading. And then we'll turn on the autopilot. The vertical speed did not kick in either. Very odd. We are climbing at 600. We can actually go right up to 800. But this glide path is going to start coming down very shortly, so that's not really going to matter either. My lecturer has been pandering to the students by making coding examples in Python, but all coding examples in the textbook are C. You should point that out, because that seems like an error on their part. Alright, now that we're on course, now let's try turning on the GPS. It appears to be liking this a lot better. Beautiful. While we're up in the air, I would just like to ask people if you are into the idea of watching flight sim, VAT sim, etc. Be sure to hit the subscribe button here on YouTube and the like button so that it tells YouTube that you want to see more of this sort of content. That's all I'm going to say about it. Thank you. There will be a video released within the next couple of days on VAT sim as well. So I've turned up a few of the realism options while I was getting reused to all the aircraft. That's why I kind of had a bit of a jank takeoff. Like, the takeoff itself was fine, it felt really smooth. However, once I started getting into the air, I started really feeling the effects. So I've recently turned up the turbulence from medium to realistic, which is the high option, essentially. I used to fly around the Cessna 152 very early in my profile, and the realistic turbulence, it killed me. Because I fly on a controller rather than a yoke or a flight stick, it just had my thumb cramping up really bad trying to make all of these adjustments. Alright, we're at our 3,000 foot altitude. Let's pull back the throttle very gently, as we don't really want to go too much faster than this. Let's have a look here. So our runway is right under Kilo Mike 2 Sierra Mike right there, which is the missed approach. I'm hoping to not miss any approaches today, although we did miss our approach into Port Macquarie on the last stream, and I did have to perform a go-around. Alright, our speed is increasing a little bit too much. I'm going to drop off the throttle just a little bit. This lever here, we're going to keep the prop at 100% RPM. Which does also contribute to the speed, but not as much as your throttle, I believe. And after a few streams, even though you guys have been hearing it apparently, I finally have the alerts working to a point where I can hear them. So now if anyone subscribes to the channel or anything, it won't go unnoticed anymore. Very happy about that. Why is there a controller marker there? It's like, this is where your mouse is. I have never seen that before. And there wasn't a game update that I'm aware of. Maybe it's something to do with my dead zones on my controller now. I had to adjust them because every time I clicked out of the game, my plane would dip very hard to the left or the right. And so I had to reset my controller. That made things worse. Then I did another reset of one of the settings in the controller. It made my dead zones in the application extremely small. But for some reason it fixed my controller. I don't understand how that works. But it is fixed, so very happy about that. Let's turn on vertical nav as well, see what it does. It should keep us at around 3,000. As we're coming up to our into approach, our top of descent is just before final. Our prop is actually going a little bit crazy. There we go. That real turbulence really adds in like a different sort of play style. Stand up real quick. Our runway should be just down here somewhere. Crazy that it's right at the base of all of these mountains, right? I'm not sure. This might be the runway here. Let's smart cam it. Kind of pointing in that direction. Oops. Yeah, I can't actually see it. It is right on the river. So it could be here or here. Oh wait, there's the runway. I see it right there, right at my mouse. Oh my lord. As we're coming into the approach. Stand up. Yeah, there's the runway right there. Cool. As we come in, we are going to have a slight crosswind to the right, but it is also a headwind. Our glide path is coming down now as well, as we are getting closer to our top of descent. There's the runway. There we go, top of descent right there where the purple and the blue lines intersect. I think that blue line is an FIR line. Looks to me. Well, maybe not FIR, but it works. Let's hit up the approach mode. Hopefully the weather calms down once we are off the mountains. It's a little bit rocky right now. We have intercepted the glide path. We're now coming down into Kempsey. Have I totally misconstrued where the runway is? It looks like we are coming in at too much of an angle. Well, I'm going to hand fly it in for the last little bit anyway. So that doesn't really matter too much. Pull down the throttle and we'll pull up the propeller to max, even though I didn't really adjust it too much to begin with. We'll put in a stage of flaps. get the pushback thingy. What's up, Jingo? It's an add-on called Toolbar Pushback. You can find it. I think I found mine on flightsim.co. So if you've seen other people using it, I mean, I'm sure you've probably seen people using this one, right? Yeah, if you just look up Toolbar Pushback, you should get it, and then it will appear up here. There it is, pushback. But if it's not on flightsim.co, at least you know the name of it and can... Is this VATSIM? Nah, this one isn't VATSIM. I'm just playing in neofly. A lot of the VATSIM people are offline. I'll load up VATPrism real quick. Also, big thanks to VerbGym Tim for showing me VATPrism last night. It looks so much better than VATSpy. Excuse me, VATPrism, I'm trying to do a landing. If you could please vacate my screen. Please? Please. Thank you. Okay. You want to start playing VATSIM? Just very nervous. Yo, Jingo, I'm right... Oh, my lord. Hang on. Get out of the way for a second. I definitely feel you there. My nerves still pump hard. I recorded a VATSIM video yesterday, which will be my third VATSIM video. And even though I had a controller that I talked to outside of VATSIM,
500.
my nerves were still going crazy. I sound confident in the video, but I'm not. I'm shaking in my boots. Don't worry about it. Just take it slow.
500.
Try and stay calm. In your remarks, if you add in a /new to VATSIM at the end of your pilot remarks when filing your flight plan, the controllers see that. And they can help accommodate if you are feeling nervous and everything. Oh, I'm way too high. Yeah, a lot of the controllers very friendly and willing to help accommodate for new pilots. Obviously, without them, their training and everything is kind of for nothing. Right, let's get into the over-the-nose view because I'm having a bit of an issue floating in. Right, here we go. Landing 04. We're floating way too much.
We have touchdown.
We also bounced. I don't like that.
Taxi to parking and shut down your engine.
Uh-oh, my computer sound just died. Oh, because my game is freezing. Your vid actually got you into it? Oh man, Jingo, that is so awesome. I'm glad to see that it's inspiring people to check it out a little more too. That's something that I really didn't expect, actually. I thought it would be more for... Well, really, it was more for me documenting how my journey would go on VATSIM. And then to possibly get everyone to nitpick what I'm doing wrong so that I can fix it. I never expected, after everything, to get people into VATSIM. Turn a little harder, please. Thank you. It was alright, the landing. Yeah, the first landing was really good. The second landing was a little heavy. Right, let's retract the flaps. Let's turn off our landing and strobe lights. We are now clear of the runway. We don't have to have them on. Take out a little of the throttle. We're moving quite fast. And I noticed that we have a marshal over on our left. So we will go park over to the left as well. Yeah, we have a Discord that you can join in if that sort of thing interests you. The link is down in the description. We have actual Australian ATC controllers, well, an actual ATC controller in there, like a VATSIM controller, to ask questions if you're interested in that. Beautiful. We'll now shut down the engine. Let's head over to neofly and get that one sorted. We'll hand in. And I didn't wait match.
You can open the doors and begin the disembarkation.
So we're not going to get quite as much money. That was my bad on that. So we're not going to get paid as much. Let's see if I can, oop, that's the wrong button. Let's see if I can show you here. Yeah, so the payload doesn't match the current aircraft load, meaning that we will miss out on some money there. However, we still do get a... Hang on, let me just quickly turn off the battery here. So it stops beeping in the ear. Neofly's frozen. Don't crash, please, for the... Oh my god, it's just crashed. Oh my god! This is Neofly. This is a career add-on. It's a separate program. And it just integrates via SimConnect, I think. Anyway, let's go over our stats here. We landed at Kempsey at a speed of 60 knots. That's why we were having an issue landing. I believe we want to land closer to like 100 knots in the... I'm going to quickly check this. The landing speed is 88 to 65. Yeah, so I definitely like it on the faster side there. I'll have to try and keep that in mind. We got a smooth landing bonus at 92 feet per minute, but that was our first touch, not the second one. Taxis to the parking and shut it down. Our flight time was 24 minutes. Our seat qualification of 3 stars because we nailed our... seat qualification is for mono turboprop planes like the Grand Caravan, the TBM 930 and stuff like that. We nailed our qualification for that, so we get an XP rate of 2.5%. 2.5 times, so 250%. The total XP was 40 XP. We're definitely making our way over towards the captain rank. And we got paid... Hang on, where's our airport fees? Airport fees was $600. And rented aircraft fees was $760. So all up, we paid... $13.78 in fees. So essentially half of one of these single passenger jobs here. So we ended up making, if we say this is $1,500 here, so $3,000, $4,500, $12,500 net. You should turn replay on so you can watch a landing from a third person. I could. I do have SkyDolly installed that we can do that. SkyDolly is a little laggy, but it's better than the in-game replay. The in-game replay is a little smoother, but it's harder to use. SkyDolly is easy to use, but a little laggy on landing. Right, I was going to show you VAT Prism real quick, wasn't I? Right, here we go. So this is VAT Prism. This is where you can see who is online right now. All the purple labels are airfields that are in use, whether someone is, I think, either taking off or landing at it. These white areas are FIR boundaries. These are actively staffed areas. Oh, sorry, my bad. Thank you, sorry. Yeah, I get so used to just seeing what I'm seeing in front of me, I forget that you guys see something different. My bad, I apologize. Yeah, so all the purple labels are airfields that are in use. I'm not sure if it's in and out, or if it's just inbound. All the white barriers here are the FIR zones that are in use by center controllers, or in some cases, oceanic controllers. Anything with an A here is ATIS. That means that you can get a weather report here. So if we go airports, SAZM, you can see here that we have Rudy on ATIS. And I'm not sure if I can get ATIS through this program. I know you can through... No, you need to be in-game or on vPilot to get the ATIS. Yeah, so with this, these are the actively controlled airspaces. Anything that has an A is a weather. Let's go over here to what I assume is New York. It's a bit hard to read the purple. I might actually change the purple. Here we have ATIS, weather, and tower. So VATSIM runs on a top-down system. So if there is a center online in a specific area, they can actually take you all the way down to the ground. So you've got the center, which is the highest. I'm probably going to get this wrong. So you've got center, approach, which is this blue ring here. I'm going to also change that. This is who you would contact when you are incoming. You then contact tower as you are coming into the actual airfield on your final. And then you get handed over to ground, possibly, for your taxi instructions. And then there's also delivery, but I'm not sure how delivery works. I think delivery is like apron. So if you're wanting to get your IFR clearance, you might talk to tower, maybe ground. No. I'm pretty sure it's tower for the clearance, and then you talk to deliveries for your push start and stuff like that. And then they might hand you off to a ground frequency for taxiing. But yeah, it kind of works like that. So center, tower, center, arrival, tower, ground, and deliveries. And if someone's in a center, they might handle everything. As you can see here, the US is pretty well staffed all the way through Florida to the southeast, mid-southeast. And here they have ATIS ground tower. Yeah. Some places will just have a tower and ATIS with no centers online. With them, you just contact them when you're on your final. Yeah, so this is VAT Prism. I'm definitely going to have to make some adjustments here. And then you can also click on the aircraft to get any information. So here we have Qantas 896 flying from... Where is it? They're flying from Sydney to Brisbane. They are up in the air. They've just left Sydney. You can see here that their cruise altitude is 32,000 feet. I believe it says somewhere what their actual is. There it is. Altitude 8,538. But yeah. And then you can see that they're flying up to Brisbane, which is where we're going. Right now, we are currently about here-ish. But yeah, that's VAT Prism. That's how the ATC works in this. You're doing well, Frederick. I'm glad to hear that. But while I'm flying neofly, because I don't really know how to call up for VFR properly, we're not going to be on there. Plus, we need to have tower control or a center control on anyway. So, because we have no controls on, we can't really fly VATSIM. Although, my friend Jamie, he was flying in neofly and had tower online while he was playing, so that was cool. A flash flood warning just went off on my phone. Jesus Christ. You should go make whatever preparations you need to. That's dangerous. Sandbags, whatever you need to. Get to the high ground, save any valuables, pack up a safety bag, whatever you need to. just in case it becomes that sort of flash flood. Alright, let's bring back up neofly here, and let's pick up another job. We don't want freelance jobs. We want actual jobs here. We want to continue our way up to Brisbane, currently in Kempsey. We could always... Hang on, where was that other one? Casino? Where is Casino here? I feel like Casino... We didn't pass it. There's just no jobs to it. Okay, I prefer not to land at a Category B aircraft. They have hard runways, but generally not a whole lot else. Let's have a look here. My neofly is freezing up again. Sorry, this is a problem with neofly. It feels really unoptimized. Like, I love the program. It's a lot of fun. It's just, yeah, not great. I'm not sure if we can... There we go. So, Grafton. Okay, we have a hard runway and fuel. So, fuel is definitely the most important one. If you don't have fuel at an airfield and you need to refuel, it's 3 times the cost. So, filling up in this plane, if we go over to the hangar, my fuel was roughly 1/3 before. I filled it up to about a half a tank. It cost, I think, $500. So, if you're at an airfield where there was no fuel, yeah, you're going to end up paying a lot. So, Kempsey, we want to be... I would like to fly. Let's Port Macquarie. Okay, so that was a 20-minute flight between here. So we don't want to go too far. We can go to Coffs Harbour instead. Coffs Harbour would be pretty cool. If we look at the goods market here, we can decide what we want to take. This flight might take somewhere about 40 minutes. That's like not very optimal flight conditions. Obviously this time here we're going to fly up a little bit higher where the air is a little bit smoother because we do have the time to get up that high. So we can take some goods here. The mechanical parts are heavy. But if we spend $100,000 on mechanical parts, I can't even see. We can make $1,500 per piece. So if we were to buy 9, for example, 3, 6, 9, 12, roughly $13,500 profit. To set up the pushback thing, do I need to unzip the file and put it into community? Yes, that is correct. And if you have the game open, you will need to restart it. So if we do 8, that's 3, 6, 9, 12. Yeah, that's a profit of $12,000 right there to Coffs Harbour. And there's no other jobs going there, so you kind of really want that. We might be able to make more if we take clothes instead, though. Clothes are a lot lighter. So the weight of mechanical parts is 220 per. And clothes are only 40. So you're getting 6 times the amount of clothes. So if we go to 500, that's 48 pieces of clothing for $200. $282 profit. Let me bring up a calculator here. So 282 times what is it? 282 times 48. That's 13,000. So, okay, it does even out a little bit. We might get a little bit more money out of the clothes. So that was 504. Let's go to the 9 again. Sorry, 8. 687 for 12,000. Yeah, we're going to go with the clothes. Because we're going to make just a little bit more money. Even though it says that mechanical parts make the most. Obviously, if you were in a big jet, like, or, you know, big-ish jet, doing the mechanical parts is definitely going to be the way to go. That's your big money maker right there. Currently safe with extra stuff at my cabin since Friday due to Hurricane Hillary. Oh my lord. You are getting hit hard right now. Do I live in Queensland? No, I live in South Australia. This profile has flown from Adelaide to the lower southeast of South Australia, to Melbourne, to over the... We kind of took the southern coast way. We didn't go direct inland over to Sydney. We took more the mountain region from Melbourne and then up to Mittagong, just south of Sydney, then into Sydney. And then last stream was Sydney to Port Macquarie. This stream here, Port Macquarie is kind of right in the middle of Sydney and Brisbane. So that's why I'm saying that we're going to fly to Brisbane in this stream. If not, the Gold Coast is probably going to be fine. Wait, is it the Gold Coast that I want? Yeah, it is. So we'll probably go like, what is it, Ballina, and then off to the Gold Coast. Yeah, for now, we're going to be flying to Coffs Harbour with 46 boxes of clothes. We're going to have a heavy aircraft this time, too. So, excuse me, 1 second. Landing gear, landing gear, landing gear, landing gear. Hey, what's up, KWG? How you doing, mate? All right. Yes, we want to buy 46 boxes of clothes for $84,000. Like I said, we're going to finish up this mission, if my calculations are correct, with about $110,000 as our profit. Oh, sorry, as our gross. So when we finish this mission, we should have $210,000, even though we only made a profit of about $13,000 that way. Right. With that, let's get the plane all set up once again. Our fuel pumps are still on. That was my bad. Turn on the battery. I'm also going to set these two levers, but I'm going to leave the fuel off for now. We're going to clear out our flight plan. And we're going to put in a new one to Coffs Harbour. We're just going to fly direct at about 8,000 feet. At least 5,000, but I'd prefer 8,000. That'd be lovely. We are in Yankee Kilo Mike Papa for Kempsey. Excuse me. We will back taxi down to runway 22. I believe the wind is still favorable for that runway. Let's have a look here. Yes, it is. So we will go runway 22. So we're going to have another long back taxi. And then we will be arriving in Coffs Harbour. Yankee Charlie Foxtrot Sierra. Here we go. And this is going to be a bit of a weird one. For now, I'm going to select runway 21, but the wind may change because Coffs Harbour obviously right on the ocean. So the wind might do some weird things. Are you flying the Grand Caravan? Indeed I am. Alright, we'll also set up the approach. We will do an RNAV, LNAV, what is this? RNAV for GPS 21, LNAV, VNAV support. And we want to be flying pretty much straight through the middle, so we'll probably want a November... Hang on. That's the wrong way. I've done this wrong again. Have I? Yeah, I have. Yeah, so we want to not take off runway 22. We want to take off 04. Good thing I noticed that early on. Oh, 03. And then we'll come in on South Gulf. We'll load that. We then also want to take off on runway 04 here in Kempsey. Okay. Yeah, we, sorry, I didn't realize that neofly was still up. My bad. I should just, like, start dragging it across to this screen like, yeah, hey, these are all the things that we're doing in neofly, and then get it off the screen. I'm so sorry. Going to go to my flight. We need to load up with 2,010 pounds. Yeah, today we're flying with the neofly add-on. It's a career add-on that you can get for free. You start off in a basic plane like the VL3, the C152. I think there's like a Pitts or something in there as well, you know. Just like a basic monoprop. And then you build your way up to flying all the big things. There's also a freelance mode as well, so if you're into the idea of just flying whatever, wherever you want, you can also just use freelance mode. Right, my approach mode is apparently still on. Let's turn that off. We will turn on the nav mode right now, even though it's saying roll. So we will sync the heading to 3-3 so that we start intercepting that nav path just a little bit sooner. It'll push us more this way than straight north. And we will turn on heading. Our altitude, like I mentioned before, will be 8,000 feet. We should be able to get up there in that time. We've got plenty of, well, 31 nautical miles. Maybe we'll go 5,000 and we'll assess that on a, are we climbing fast enough? And we'll climb at 800 feet. With that, we will also put on our takeoff flaps. We will give the engine some fuel. And let's get the starter going. We'll turn on the fuel boost, ignition on, and the starter. Our propeller should be moving very momentarily. Alright, do you guys want me to load up Sky Dolly so you can watch the landing replays again?
Good from where I'm sitting. Taxi to the runway and take off.
Oops, wrong button. Because if you would like that, I'm more than happy to load it up. But if not, then yeah. Okay, everything is looking good. Let's turn the fuel boost to normal, the ignition to normal, turn the starter off. And we are good to go. I need to get my pushback sorted now. Pre-plan our pushback. Apologies, sorry, I have a little bit of dry throat today. I'm gonna get him to push us very slightly this way, so we just taxi straight out, and we will request our pushback. Once he grabs on, or she grabs on, we will release our parking brake, and we will start moving backwards. They did a little bit of jank movement there because I think I parked up a little bit too far. No, the marshaller put me in, so that can't be the case. But I might have been too far to the right. Alright, they are hooked on. Let's release the parking brake. And we are ready for pushback. I really like this tool. The A32NX has an inbuilt pushback toolbar too. Inbuilt pushback on the EFB. It is the EFB on like that little tablet, right? I'm pretty sure I'm not messing that up. Our taxi lights are already on. Nav lights are already on. Beacon is already on. When we enter the runway, I'm going to turn on the strobes as well. Let's get rid of the pushback menu. This way. We are all ready. Normally, we usually wait for them to vacate the area. However, I just want to get back up in the sky, not only for my sake, but for yours. We've already been live an hour. We've only done one flight. That's lax from me. So today might actually just be a longer stream. Because I am pretty determined to get to at least the Gold Coast today. But I'd really like to get over to Brisbane. Is the cargo heavy? Yes, I have in neofly. If you look up in the top right here, you will see that the weight that we need to carry is 2,010 pounds, and we are currently carrying 2,025. So we want to be just a little bit over. That accounts for the weight of the pilot and the cargo, I believe. So today, this one here is going to be a very heavy flight. Alright, while we are entering the runway, let's turn on our strobe. I have to get proper procedure for this because I'd like to learn if you turn on strobe and landing lights while you're in the runway or just the strobe. Yeah, and the rudder is not quite cooperating as nicely as it did on the landing. Let's get a move on. Current taxi speed is about 9 knots. So I'd prefer to be doing like 15. I know we don't have to worry about any traffic at all, but I'd prefer to, you know, just get a little bit of a move. So while neofly will sync your fuel and everything, you have to do weight manually. I find that interesting that they managed to sync the fuel but not the weight. Oh, we are taxiing way too fast now. Almost got a penalty for taxiing over 30 knots. Really, ideally, I like to be taxiing around 15 to 20. Let's even get a nice smooth takeoff again. I've set the elevator trim to 6%. Might be a little too much. Let's go like 5. It's very touchy. Alright, let's see if I can get this thing around. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to leave the runway like this, but I'm going to for the purposes of turning. There are some airfields that have dedicated turning areas at the end of them. This is unfortunately not one of them. Please keep turning, don't stop. It's acting like it's going to come to a stop. Come on, just a little more. No! Okay. We're fine. Alright, parking brake is on. With that, let's turn on our landing lights. And we will fly over to Coffs Harbour. Alright, passengers. Wait, there are no passengers. We're taking cargo. Never mind. Make sure that we start moving a little bit. Perfect. Let's push up the throttle now. Being pushed around a little bit by the aircraft. I have to show it who's boss. And we have takeoff.
Have a nice flight. Just to remind you, we're not paying you for this one.
That's fine. I'm making my own money today. I'm a strong, independent man. Alright, while we're here, let's turn on the autopilot and your damper. That should then take us over to the GPS line. Your damper is disconnected. Whoops, it was still on already. My bad. Let's turn down the prop RPM. No, we want throttle RPM. It's struggling a little bit. Then we'll turn back up the prop. That was really heavy. Like, the takeoff looked really smooth, but I wasn't too happy with it. We are dealing with a not very strong headwind, but we are dealing with a headwind. So I'm going to drop our climbing altitude, our climb speed to 700 feet, so we don't lose too much speed. Yeah, now that we've got a little bit of altitude, we're now able to push the throttle. Oh, excuse me. We're now able to push the throttle just a little bit. How cool would it be if this map light here actually worked? I just noticed that it's here today, but it doesn't work, unfortunately. Oh wait, this cursor thing might be to do with developer mode being on. We're going to fly over all these mountains over to Coffs Harbour. Also, if you have any questions or anything you want to ask, please feel free. Like, having something to talk about during these flights, especially ones where there isn't really too much going on, is amazing. It's so invaluable to me to have something to talk about. The most I can do is just spew random nonsense about what is going on. I mean, while we're in the air, I could give you a sneak peek of something that went wrong in my latest VATSIM video that hasn't been released yet. That is causing me to have to re-export the whole thing. I can't just cut it out because I think I'm still talking. And it's literally just 2 frames. It's easier for me to re-export it, re-upload it. It's not coming up for another day or two anymore. Well, yeah, maybe another day or 2. Because I want to start coinciding it with live streams. Also, today's Monday. That means there's a Milk Run Monday today in Asia Pacific. Let me just quickly get some information here. Milk Run Monday is the J-curve between Sydney and Melbourne. It's where they have a bunch of ATC on all at once. Generally, a tower approach and center. And it'd be really cool to get in on one of them. I get nervous very, like, just to an insane degree. Now we could probably bump up I'm going to keep doing this by thousands. We could probably go up to 6,000 on our way through to Coffs Harbour. Actually, we probably have enough space to go right up to the 8,000 mark. So we get some beautiful mountain views. There's the ocean right over there, the Pacific Ocean. I think we can get rid of the flight plan screen now. What are we dealing with? We're dealing with a 12 knot left to right across the front of us. Looks like we can push our throttle just a little more. the prop a little bit, it's struggling. We are riding that line right now. But we're also not really dropping from... Okay. I was going to say, we're also not really dropping from 117 knots, but then we did, so... I'll have to load up VAT Prism at some stage and adjust the color scheme as well. Takeoff wasn't so bad. It was good. It's this flight here that's going to kill me. The wind is shifting very slightly. It's moving a little more to the north. It's still very much west and east at the moment. As we come into land, that will become a slight tailwind. I wonder if we can get information about Coffs Harbour on the way. I believe this is using sim weather, so we should be okay. If it ever decides to load, there we go. Weather, airport, here we go. The ICAO is Yankee Charlie Foxtrot Sierra. How much is your cargo worth? So I spent, what was it, $85,000 on buying it, and it's going to be worth, when we land, about $110,000. So we're going to make a little bit of money off that. Where is the runway? Oh, it's right down here. Okay. So we're going to be landing this runway here. There was another runway there, right? Oh, it's too small for us. Okay. I didn't see any weather reports, though. I can't click and drag that. It's so annoying. Weather. Yeah. We're not getting any sim weather information there. At least not until we get a little bit closer. By that stage there, it might actually be too late. Top of descent is moving in closer. I'm going to hold off here at 6,200 feet. Then we'll get some speed. We'll fly over into Coffs Harbour. This flight here is simply to go much faster too. Estimated time of arrival at Sierra Golf. Transition is only about 5 minutes. So I'm not sure what I did so wrong on the Port Macquarie to Kempsey flight. I feel like that was much, much slower. It's the... I'm excited to see us over $210,000. Then what I'm going to do is pay off one of our loans if loan tab. Let's load up neofly once again while we're in flight here. So we have a $100,000 loan, which of course had interest. Right now, our interest has been paid, and we now just need to pay off the $100,000. I could do that right now, but in case something goes wrong, and it might, I am keeping the $100,000. This payment doesn't come out until tomorrow, but I will need to pay this off at the least by the end of the stream. Otherwise, I will forget, and I will be charged an additional $10,000 on top of this $40,000 for this. What was it? Was this $400,000 or $500,000? think it was $400,000. Yeah, so we don't want to be paying $50,000. We want to be paying just the $40,000. So we'll end up taking a huge hit of about $100,000, but then we won't have to worry about paying this off when the rental comes out tomorrow. Also, just want to point out, I would like to say I will be streaming neofly a little more often. Do we have VNAV on this approach? I feel like we're going to come in really high. Yeah, I'm going to be streaming neofly a little more often. We'll probably end up pulling some of the footage from the live streams and turning it into videos. That way I can stream something and have it ready as a video, put out possibly 2 videos a week. There was a point there where I did like a video a day, but I just found that when I wanted to up the quality a little bit, I had to put in a lot more work. And I was sitting at the computer for just way too long. And I didn't want that. Like, I was literally dreaming about flight sim. I really should have looked up a airfield chart for Coffs Harbour as well. So I'm going to very, very quickly. Alright, so it says procedures. We want to be at 3,300 feet, so let's get down. Wait, 3,300? 4,000? What does it say here? I'm getting different things here. We are sector B. We want 4,600. I'll bring up that chart very shortly to show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to start descending now, and I'm going to drop out some of the throttles so that we start descending just a little bit faster. Okay, so here we go. This is the airport chart for Coffs Harbour. I can make this a little bigger. There we go. So we're coming in from the southeast. Sector A is from the ocean. Sector B, you can see here anywhere between 035 and 359. Wait, does that mean that we're technically coming in Sector C? What direction are we heading right now? We are heading 355. No, we are definitely in Sector B. Yeah, so we want to be down to 4,600 feet. And it says turn right, intercept 090 out. Oh, that's for missed approach. Never mind. Yeah, so we want to be down to 4,600. This will be our one of our final vectors here. Why is it saying it's up so high? Alright, we have our V path in now, so this is going to take us down. We also have an approach marker as well, so I'll actually just turn on approach and we'll follow the glide path down into the airfield. Then once we get here, we'll sell off all of our cargo and make a mint. Also, I didn't realize we had take-off flaps the whole time. And actually, now it's probably too late. I probably should just turn them off again. Now, we'll turn them back on when we come into Sierra India, and then as we're on our final, I'll turn on flaps too. So no wonder we weren't moving very fast, but it still felt faster than our flight from Port Macquarie to Kempsey. Such an idiot. And very quickly, once again, I'd like to remind you, if you're liking the stream and want to see more streams and videos, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and enable all notifications for when I go live and upload a video. If you're not into the idea of using that, we also have a Discord that you can join. The link is in the description, where a ping goes out to everyone on that Discord. So you don't actually need to turn on all notifications here on YouTube, but you will get a ping on Discord. And like the video as well, it tells YouTube that you do want to see more. Thank you. Alright, so our runway is very slightly off to our right. Be able to see it. There it is. Runway is indeed in sight, right next to the water's edge. Our wind is going to be a crosswind. It's not going to favor us either way, really. We have a slight headwind now, but it's definitely more crosswind. So the landing is probably going to suck. Right, do you guys want landing replays on? Because if you do, now is the time to say. And I will hit the record. I'll load up Sky Dolly. I'll hit the record button, and we can watch back any landings. But if not, we'll just judge manually based on what we're seeing. Where our bottom of descent will be at final. That makes no sense. We're following a path. We shouldn't really be getting that, should we? I'm very unsure. At a pretty decent speed as we put in the flaps. Actually, on final, I'll probably want double flaps, so we'll turn on flaps 1 now. We'll start adjusting our speed for roughly 120 knots, and then when we put in flaps 2, we'll want to aim for roughly 100, so that when I flare and take out the throttle, we will... I'm not even sure if you can flare very well in this aircraft. Which, by the way, it's a beauty. I love this thing. It looks so good. I'm glad I painted it. Yeah, I'm not even really sure if you can flare in this thing, but we want to be landing roughly 65 to 88 knots. According to the flight assistant, what is going on here? That wind is doing some really strange things. With the wind as strong... Oh, wow, we have definitely more headwind now. I'm happy about that. Alright, we're on final now. Get in a second notch of flaps. Let's try and get our speed down to about 100. I don't want to disconnect the autopilot so soon. There is a lot of wind here. A little bit more throttle. There's a lot of wind here that I'd have to contend with, and while it is a good idea to, you know what, get the throttle sorted so that we are where I want it, and then I'll disconnect the autopilot. Like I said, there's a lot of wind going on right now, and that makes me a little nervous. Right, let's disconnect, and let's go. I'm also going to, for this approach, get down into this very slightly lower view so I can see all of the PFD. I'm just going to mega focus right now. attempting to follow the flight director, but I keep getting pushed. I assume that's by the wind. Very slightly to the left. And straight back up. The approach into Brisbane, if this is the case, is probably going to suck as well. Every single city, bar Canberra, in Australia is on the water. Meaning you'll get some very interesting results when trying to land in less than optimal conditions like this. Although it does appear that the wind is calming down. I'm just going to zoom in here. Nope, never mind. We are currently on average 15 knots. Or maybe 14. I saw a gust of like 17 or 18. Which is just insane. Alright, I think from here I'm going to ignore the flight director. I'm just going to pay attention to the glide path. Make sure that we're not too high or low. It doesn't matter if we're a little high or a little low. We can fix that up. And there is a ton of tree cover there. I don't like that. I have crashed a handful of times now on trees. Happy saying we're a little high. So from here, I can now just do a visual approach. Back over the nose so I can see all those tree covers. Wind is definitely bullying us. I'm not quite sure how to use the rudder to stop it from bullying us. Take out some throttle, get the nose down. It should clear up here as we're coming into land. Those trees should be a windbreak. Still getting pushed around a little.
That wasn't the softest landing I've seen.
Excuse me? That felt pretty good to me.
Transporter from dispatch. Clear the runway and taxi to parking.
Okay. We take out our flaps. Brake. Please, for the love of God. We will vacate the runway. I believe this wouldn't be a way you would normally exit the runway. Just based on how it looks a little bit. It might be. But I'm pretty sure there should be a sign here that... I'm unsure. Anyway, from here we'll turn off our landing lights and our strobe, and I don't know if we're going to... Oh my lord. I don't know if we're going to get any information to parking, but we'll head down the taxiway, see if we can figure it out. Sky for Sim is going to take way too long to load. It is loading, so let's quickly do taxiways. We might be able to see some parking here. It looks like it's going to be an Echo 3. Actually, this setup here, very similar to Adelaide. Oh, we are on the move. So I could have just parked my my aircraft there and sold the goods. I want to know what my landing was though. The fact she says it wasn't smooth, but it felt decently smooth. Let's have a look. I'm having something in the way. Okay. Yeah. Oh my lord. Yeah, it wasn't very smooth. It was smooth enough. I was just over the smooth threshold. smooth threshold being 200 feet. And I landed at 221. Even though I feel like those trees should have been a windbreak, there was enough crosswind that the trees would have broken that apart. It's not like there was a headwind too much. Yeah, the trees really should have broken that in real life. See if we can see a marshal out here at the terminal. If not, we'll just find a parking spot and park. You might be able to tell by the fact that we're slowing down. I'm trying to put in more throttle so that we keep moving. But we're not really. I think I see our marshaller. Could just be a signpost. Looks like a signpost actually. GA parking is probably somewhere else, but we're going to park at the terminal. Is there anyone out here? Oh wait, I think I just saw him. Really should have held at that holding point there. Did I see someone out there? I did, yes. Normally I bring out the drone camera for that. Excuse me, sorry. And do a quick fly around, make sure that I am going to the right place. This time it was not necessary. Give the plane a little more gusto. And let's have a look here. Took it a little early, that's my bad. I didn't realize there was another taxiway there. And it apparently wanted us... I'm not sure if it wanted us to park here or where, but... we've stopped. Just want to roll forward just a little more. There we go. Sick. We are down on the ground. Let's turn off the plane real quick. Then we'll let it realize that we are in Coffs Harbour.
Let's get out of here.
Whoa, I'm not that kind of guy. Get to know me first? I'm broken. Alright, let's turn off the fuel pumps this time. And let's head over to neofly. So our ground costs roughly $1,500. Sorry, ground... Let's actually look at this. $1,102 for the rented aircraft and $600 for airport fees. So all up, that's $1,720 taken out. But now we're going to go over to the cargo market and we are going to sell our clothes here. You can see here it has a little plane next to it showing that we have this on board. And we are going to sell 46 for 97,000. Did it change? I feel like the pricing changed as we were on our way over here. Still, we're at $196,000, so we did end up making just a little bit of money. I feel like even the mechanical parts price changed. Why can't I see the price? Oh, it's right here. Yeah, so it shows what it is, the type of good it is, and then the price. So if we go back to, where were we? Kempsey? To Coffs Harbour. Whoop. No, the price didn't change. I just miscalculated a little bit. That's unfortunate. But either way, we still made a good amount of money. We're going to go see if we can find any jobs north. We have one to Grafton. Is it Grafton? Yeah. Clarence Valley Regional Airfield. So we could land here. We could try and push it a little further too. We just flew from, what is it? Kempsey. So roughly that far. If we go Coffs Harbour, we can go a little longer. We can go to Lismore. Lismore has a long runway too, which is very nice. And we can land on, what's this, like 3-3-ish? We could also possibly push it all the way to the Gold Coast. Like I said, I'm not planning on sticking around Brisbane for too long. So we'll be moving on from Gold Coast possibly to Brisbane, and then we'll start making our way up north. I think there's, yeah, Caboolture. We might even go from the Gold Coast. There should be a separate airfield here. This is not the one I'm thinking of. There's like the Surface Paradise sort of airfield somewhere around here. No, that's Surface Paradise, right? This one, Gold Coast. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. This is the airfield that I would expect to land at in between Billinger. Then we could fly to Brisbane from there, or we can just go right past. We can go to Caboolture instead. Yeah, I just kind of want to move right past Brisbane, and then we'll go up to, at some other stage, up to Cairns area-ish, Townsville. Wait, Townsville first, then Cairns, and then we'll probably move across to Darwin from there. Just kind of planning out a route, making sure that it makes sense in my head, because obviously that's future stream planning, so. There's a job to Evans Head. It's a very small runway though. We could probably land on it, but again, it's an on ocean airfield. We might actually have a better time trying to land at Grafton. Ugh, Jesus. But we have been live for nearly 2 hours. Before we start this next flight, I'd like to take a bathroom break. And I suggest that you do as well. Get a bathroom break sorted, snack up, whatever you need to. Oh, that depth of field is a little too much. There we go. Get some snacks, do whatever you need to, and yeah, I will be back in... doing this wrong on a very slight... No, maybe I was doing it right. Yeah, go get your things. I will also go get some things, and I will be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. That shouldn't be too long, but stick around. There will obviously be a few more flights before we wrap up today. Thank you. I don't understand why it's saying starting now. That should say be right back. Alright, well, if anyone comes through, just let them know that I will be right back. Won't be long. hello everyone, I am back. Thanks for your patience while I went and used the cockpit stop. Okay, so we will be flying off to Grafton now. Just a 34 nautical mile flight, shouldn't be too long. And we'll be taking some meat up to Grafton. That is the wrong button. So I will get the engine ready to be started. Not actually starting it yet. And we'll be flying from Coffs Harbour to Grafton. So we'll get the flight plan sorted. We'll clear that out. There's a button to get. That's a little off center. Can I move it from there? Yeah. Hey, there we go. Now you can actually see what's going on. So the origin is going to be Coffs Harbour. And we will be flying over to... hang on. We want to be flying out runway 21 again, the same way that we came in. Excuse me. Destination will be Grafton, Yankee Golf Foxtrot November. Apparently there's a few jobs over to Grafton too, so we might be able to pick up a couple. And then we will possibly want to be landing... Oh, it is 3-6. Okay, I thought it was like 3-4. Just based on the map. The approach will be... Ooh. Well, visual 3-6 for now. If we decide we want to go 18, we can totally do that. We will go straight in. Load. Yes, I understand the obstacle clearance is not a thing. You can see here Grafton right here. That's the north missed approach vectors there. So we will not be flying for very long. This time here, probably actually up to about 4,000 feet. I'm going to quickly load up a Grafton airfield chart. Doesn't. Oh wait, yes it does. I was going to say it doesn't have much information. Actually, no, it doesn't have very much information. Never mind. Oh, let's see if I can figure this out. We do have an NDB. Let's have a look here. Runway 1836. We have Pappies and LRLs. Taxiway lighting is a blue edge. Traffic regulations. Turns only at THR and turning nodes. Is that threshold? I'm not really finding too much. There's probably a lot of information on here that I'm not really looking at or seeing very well. It does look like we do want to be landing on runway 18 though. I'll show this off. Runway 18 obviously has the long runway, and while it looks like we could possibly turn around and back taxi, I'd probably prefer to be landing 18 so we just go straight in Alpha to our parking. So we'll set up the approach for runway 18. Select the approach. Nav 18. I believe we'll want to come in on Alpha. Our course heading should go from this direction to slightly more to the north. Or maybe it'll just stay in place. Not sure. That is the runway. Okay, we want whatever it was on the other side of that delta. There we go. Now we'll kind of do a runway pattern into the runway. I really need to figure out how they decide which way that goes. But whatever, it's fine. So we'll take off runway 21. We'll pretty much fly straight across. There we go. We'll pretty much fly straight north and into our approach. Doesn't say how high we need to be. However, the ground does appear to be at times 2,000 feet. So we should be pretty fine for whatever. We'll probably just go 4,000. Or 5,000 maybe. We'll select. Well, we'll keep it on 4,000 for now. And then if we want to, we will then go 5,000. Let's load up neofly here and let's pick up some jobs from to Grafton. Sorry. Holy jobs! 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22 jobs. There is some money to be made here. If we can play this right. There's $12,000 in a speedy delivery. That would take out the majority of our weight. Let's have a look at some of the passenger ones. 16, 19. Yeah, so we'll take it just in time and a couple of passengers. And we'll make about $16,000. So I will fly that one.
Pilot from dispatch. We have more mail packs that need to be delivered.
Ooh.
The deadline is tight, but I'm sure you have what it takes.
352. Actually,
Captain,
no,
we have some crates marked as urgent. We'll load them now.
Unless there's like a single passenger somewhere here while we're waiting. 8, 9, 5, 9, 6, 3, 2. Yeah, I'm gonna risk it.
Transporter.
We'll do our flight
Cargo is loaded. You
time.
can start your mission.
Right. Let's get rid of neofly and let's get this thing started. Make sure the fuel is on. Prop on low idle. Cool. Let's get the ignition sorted, a fuel boost on, and startup. While that is also happening, we will pre-plan our pushback.
Everything looks good from where I'm sitting. Taxi to the runway and take off.
Do we go around here or do we get pushed back? We're just gonna go out to the right and hope like hell that's right. Okay. We have enough throttle in that we should start moving almost instantly. There we go. There's our movement. And I am going to minimize the pushback plug-in. Then we are going to taxi all the way down Echo to the Alpha. Oh boy. So right now, carrying about $12,000 worth of goods. They are perishable, so we will have to land by 2:30. What? You have to land by 2:13 p.m. That's like an hour. I hope this flight isn't going to take an hour. We're already at 2 hours. By now, I'd be like considering one more flight, and that's it. Looks like I might also need to adjust my rudder sensitivity just a little more. I was saying that in my VATSIM video too, that I need to adjust my rudder sensitivity for the A32NX, but like at the same time, I just forget. Plain and simple. Just forget. Right, while we are taxiing, let's set our flaps to takeoff. We'll select our vertical speed to be about 600 or 700 feet per minute. This thing can go actually up to 800. Also going to set our takeoff trim to 5% because I have a lot of luck getting it off the ground very gently with 5% with this takeoff configuration. We're already on the GPS autopilot. Your damper is also already on. Just kind of making mental notes to myself. Need a drink. If I don't get called up tonight to do some things, we might do another stream where we might do some VATSIM. It'd be really cool to do a Milk Run Monday live stream, and if Jim isn't planning on flying, maybe get him on it too. If he's not busy, then he can handle the ATC and we can just do a flight. Let the ATC guy do the ATC. And then you can learn off that, obviously. That'd be cool. It would be. I'll message them in a bit. And just let them know that it may be cancelled or maybe not. But they're at work at the moment, so... Alright, Alpha holding point. Let's turn on our strobe and our landing lights. Make sure our takeoff configuration is on. It is. Our altitude is selected with vertical speed. Check. The yaw damper is on. Check. Everything is looking good. We have all of our appropriate lights on. Let's go. I also need to do a flight with Dervale at some stage as well. And teach him how to do a basic flight. It'll be his first time ever playing a flight sim. Well, let's spool up gently on the throttle. Fighting those propeller forces just a little bit. And take off.
Transporter, good flight.
Thank you. Positive rate, gear up. Just kidding, there is no gear in this. Take out the flaps. No, don't take out the flaps yet. It's helping us climb right now. Set the trim to something a little more neutral. And then start turning onto the course, and let's turn on the autopilot. From here it should track the GPS pretty well. Definitely is saying that it is going to GPS and not heading. Although at this point here it wouldn't really matter because the heading would just intercept the GPS course anyway, so that's cool. As we fly over Coffs Harbour, let's take out the flaps. And crazy thing, I remember quite a few years ago now, there was a Channel V tour going all the way down from I think it was from Townsville, all the way down through Coffs Harbour. I managed to watch the Coffs Harbour show. I think the Living End were playing at Coffs Harbour. It was really cool. Channel B, that's a name I haven't spoken of in a real hot sec. As long as we get clearance over these mountains, I'll be fine. I'm happy about that. Probably give it a little more throttle. Drop back the prop so that it doesn't like do bad things. Overheat. We are picking up a little bit of speed, which is still nice to see. And while it is climbing, I am going to have some yogurt very quickly. Just have a small squeezy tube of it. I learned a long time ago that it's great for streaming because you can just pretty much suck it down and keep going. And it's a great way to just get a little bit of nutrition into you. All that good stuff. Alright, let's make sure here. Because I have been having some issues. Yep, cool. We are still live. I've just been having some real issues recently where when I'm recording and using the replay buffer, it will completely cut out the stream or the recording. It's very odd. Unfortunately, I know for sure that this is a me problem. Unlike my broken ground textures. I wonder if that's just because the photogrammetry slider isn't on unlimited and it's on 40 megabit. I was flying around Adelaide the other day in a helicopter because, you know, I thought that would be fun. And it said that my bandwidth was not wide enough. Oh, we can also drop our weight too. We're currently carrying 1,782, but in-game we're carrying 2,025. So I'm going to drop that. What do we want? 1,782. That's fine right there. At 1,797. Just drop off, you know, like 300 pounds. And we'll still get our realism pay bonus as well, so that's good. We are at our altitude of 4,000. Let's climb another 1,000. At 800 feet. We have plenty of time. The only warnings that I could see on the page about our approach and possible departures is that there are fruit bats to worry about. Obviously, fruit bats don't render in game, so we don't have to worry about that so much. How cool would it be if you could get like environmental animals to spawn based on the airport charts? If it says danger fruit bats, it renders bats. That'd be cool. Now, I'm wondering if we can inject FSLTL. Okay, no, never mind. I'm not going to inject FSLTL this close to Brisbane. Not because I don't want to, but because I don't really see a point. since we're stopping at Brisbane. There's no point. Now, do we want to stop at Brisbane International? Or do we want to stop at the Gold Coast? Because that's another thing that we'll need to figure out. Gold Coast being slightly south of Brisbane. So if I bring this up again. Actually, it's not... Yeah, it says Gold Coast, but like it's slightly south of the Gold Coast. So here we go. You've got the Gold Coast airfield right here at Tweed Heads. And then you have Brisbane International just up here somewhere. There it is. Brisbane International right up here. I should have looked at that. Seeing Sandgate gives me anxiety. It's so dumb, isn't it? That one thing can break you that much. Anyway. Yeah, so we have that option there if we want to go all the way to Brisbane International. I did a flight from Brisbane International to the Gold Coast with Flying Junkie not too long ago in the DA40. It took roughly 20 to 30 minutes. This plane here is much faster than the DA40. So that's going to be the difference in flight time there. I cannot see an airfield anywhere out here. First I thought this was an airfield, but I'm like, no, it's still road. Right, we're still quite a way away from it. Never mind. 10 minutes away from our transition point before we come in. I'm also going to need to go back over the how to talk to ATC for landing, especially tower. When I came into Brisbane in the VATSIM video, that's a spoil. But anyway, it's been said. When I came into the airfield for the VATSIM 3 video, I said a lot of information, and I watched back the ATC's live stream, and they said that I gave them probably too much information. Like, I said it quite quickly, so that was good, but I didn't need to say which approach I was coming in on, just that I was coming in to land at that runway and stuff like that. So I'll go back over that live stream, take some notes, and try and figure out how to do a better job next time. But I was essentially like call sign, tower, call sign, approaching from the south via Gommel 2 Alpha, transition, approach, request to land 01. And apparently I didn't need to add in all that, just that I'm on ILS for 01 approach. Like I said, it's all still a learning experience. I'm still learning a lot, which is cool. And obviously different countries do it a little bit different, so starting to run out a little bit of steam because I didn't sleep very much, so I apologize for the quiet there. I'm trying to see if I can find the airfield. It should be somewhere off to our left. We'll be passing it and then turning around towards 1A. There's a problem that I can't even see it. I don't see it here on the PFD. I believe it was hard runways too. Let me double check that. It is hard runways and lights, so it'll be a big, is this it? I thought that might be it. It could be. So if you remember the airfield chart, there was like a building on the south side. It could be a runway with a building on the south side. Hey, Steezy, what's up, bud? Hope you're doing well today. Actually, that patch is not in the right spot. There it is. There's the runway. Right here. Sweet. How'd your flight... Oh, wait, you finished up your flight while we were still in the call. I was going to ask how your flight went last night, but I completely blanked because I was video editing as well. Excuse me. The music is overpowering. Oh yeah, sorry, I've moved away from my microphone slightly. That should be a little better. Yeah, so we'll be landing 1-8, which is this end of the runway. We'll come down and then we'll just taxi Alpha straight into the terminal right there. How's that? Is that any better now that I'm a little closer to the microphone? Because Derb said the same thing earlier, and I generally try not to talk with the microphone right in my face because I get loud sometimes. But if the music is a little loud, I will turn it down a decibel or two. Where are we landing today? Your voice sounds fine, just music too loud. Oh, I like having the music loud. Alright, I'll turn it down a decibel, because that'll make a big difference. There we go, there's 1 decibel. Did it make a... It's now... I mean, the game and the music are kind of about the same volume. With the game being very slightly louder at the moment, but I have it so when you are out of the cockpit, like, it's loud. Well... There we go, right here. It sounds louder, even though the volume itself isn't much louder, the frequency is more what the ear hears, so it appears louder. Alright, well, I'll make a note to listen to the live stream at 2 hours and 23 minutes, and I'll see how it sounds as well. Let's see if we can see our top of descent here. We are flying from Coffs Harbour to what's the name? It's Grafton. We are actually flying overall from Port Macquarie to Brisbane. Is our top of descent there? So our VNAV should kick in any second. At which point, I will be wanting to take out some of the throttle because otherwise we will start speeding down. On VATSIM? No, there's no controls on. I forgot to set our low altitude. Would you maybe do a flight tonight on VATSIM? Possibly. I have to leave my Monday nights free due to possible real-life commitments. That's the problem. It's never consistent if I need to leave it open or not. But tonight on in VATPAC, there's Milk Run Monday, which is an event running the J curve from Sydney to Melbourne with full ATC. So if you're interested, I believe that starts 0800 Zulu. I can't say I will be there or not until, like, hang on, what time is 8 Zulu? In 4 hours. So it starts at 5 p.m. No, 5:30 p.m. for me. So what's that? That's 8 p.m. for you, right? 7:30. Yeah, 8 p.m. The J what? You could be down the flight. The J curve is what it's called. It's essentially, hang on. Let me show you here on the neofly map. So, the flight is from Sydney to Melbourne. There is expected to be full ATC coverage all the way through this sort of area here, at the least. So from there you can fly to Canberra or Melbourne, or obviously straight through. Excuse me. And I don't know why they call it the J curve. It's like a straight line. I guess it's something to do with the arrival or departure, because the arrival coming in from Sydney would be through to Acdell, which is kind of about here-ish, and then into the airfield from there. That might be why they call it. Or if you're coming in 16, there's like a curve coming in from this way, it's straight down into the airfield as well. So yeah, I'm unsure why they call it the J curve. But that is what they have coined it, and I'm not going to argue with that. Shared cockpit flight? I was going to ask Jim, actually, and ask him to do all the ATC, because I can learn a lot from listening to him doing ATC. But like I said, I can't really commit until I know for sure what is going on tonight. The event runs for 4 hours, so it runs, 5:30 for me through till 9:30. I will know for sure if I am free by 7. So about halfway through the event. Of course, just because I have the idea of wanting Verb Jim to do a shared cockpit with me, doesn't mean that we can't all get into one cockpit as well, you know? Always your controls and all jump in the same plane. Alright, I'm going to give it a little more throttle and then give it a stage of flaps. Make sure we are off flaps 1, correct. And as we are turning on to our approach, I will turn on the approach mode. Then we will pick up that glide path very shortly. Enough time to do 2 runs? I mean, yeah. Actually, no, not for me. I only have enough for 1 run in me, but if you were to start at 8 Zulu, you would have enough for 2 runs. But I will not. And I'm going to exit dev mode here real quick. Yeah, that was the reason why there was a cursor there. That's strange. I might find someone to hop in with me. Hell yeah. Where do I find more info? Give me 1 second. I will message it directly to you. No, don't time him out. Message. Jesus Christ, Discord. There you go, mate. There's a link to some more information. You want to be looking at Milk Run Monday. Alright, let's have a look at our wind here. We have a tailwind, which is annoying because I set up for a south arrival with the idea that it was the better runway to land at. We really should have just come in for a north, and I should have been paying more attention to the wind as we were coming in. Hopefully, as we come in, the wind settles down to something a bit more negligible. Coming in from the south, we won't. Coming in from the north, we also won't have any wind coming up off the mountain either. So look here, how far away are we from final? 14 seconds. Let's drop another notch of flaps. Oh my lord, that gust. So on this run here, we're looking to make roughly $10,000 net in neofly. With about 12,000 gross. And I need to remember to have the microphone right up in my face. And then maybe even talk a little quieter, so I'm like, hey, how you doing? Sounds like I'm sick right now, but I'm not. I'm fully sick. Bruv. Yeah, I have to worry about the limiter and stuff making my voice sound distorted, possibly. You're something. I know. Thank you. Something else. I'm going to speed up the plane just a little bit. I want to be around 100 knots. And I'm going to disconnect the autopilot once these trees... Oh my lord. Once this line of trees here disappears. And there we go. Now going to come in for a manual landing. Once again, just paying more attention to the glide path for now. Until I feel, what is this, like a road or a river or something here? Until we cross over that, then I'll go full visual. Because by that stage there, we will have a good approach. Trying to just focus right now. Okay. I don't see any pappies. Wait, yeah, pappies. Apparently they're here. I just don't see them. And gotta watch out for these trees here. Watch out for that tree, yeah. Wouldn't Verb be ATC? He might not have signed up to be ATC. That's the thing. We are coming down so fast, holy. Come on. Hard.
You greased that landing.
I don't
Nice.
feel like I greased that. I feel like that... So, this is weird.
Contact ground for your parking assignment, then shut down your engine.
I felt like I did a much better landing before. But it said it was hard. I felt like I stacked that landing and it said it was good. I'm actually looking over at how fast I landed and it says it was good. Unless I hopped very gently. Which could be the case. Let's take out our flaps. I may have very slightly hopped, which would have accounted for a soft landing because it counts the first landing as your actual landing. So if I did hop and then landed a bit harder, that would explain it. I don't see any marshals anywhere either, so take out some of the throttle here and let's turn it around this line. I have to give it still a little bit of throttle to make sure it continues to turn. Yeah, I'm not seeing a marshal anywhere. Oh my god, he's over there? What are you doing over there? In the grass, dude. Alright, whatever. I'm fine. I'm not tilted at all. Wow, there's like a whole ground crew out here. Yeah, that's the thing with a lot of regional airports. They might just park on the grass. Okay, I'm a little bit far out. That's fine. Perfect. Well, not perfect, but we're down. Oops. Let's unload the passengers. Wait, was it passengers or cargo?
Okay, pilot. The cargo will be removed as quickly as possible.
It was cargo. Alright, let's turn off the fuel pumps real quick and the battery so that we don't hear bop 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 in our ears. Right, we paid $1,600 in fees. Both rental aircraft and the airport fees. I'm waiting for it to finish up here.
Aircrew, be advised. The express cargo has been unloaded. Hopefully, we'll just meet the deadline.
So
have a great day.
We had to deliver that by 2:13 p.m. It's currently 1:37. So we did great.
Let's get out of here.
Let's load up neofly so we can go over this overview because I'm just as surprised as you that we greased that. So we have to land before 2:13 p.m. We did, obviously. Take off at 1:08 p.m. So it was roughly a 30-minute flight. Landed at Grafton, speed at 75 knots at a vertical speed of 44 feet. Now, tell me that their calculations are wrong. Because I don't feel like that was a 44-foot landing. Like, yeah, we did float a lot down the runway. It probably helped a bit. But it still felt harder than that. So flight time overall, 34 minutes. That is from taxi to taxi. We got the bonus security, stress respect and payload realism, because we are matching our weight here to at or above what is required. Qualification for that extra 250% XP. Total flight XP was $135 as our aircraft fees, and we made a gross of $16,693, only losing out on $1,600. So we ended up making a net of $15,000, which is the missing cost of what I thought we would make off the clothes as we flew from, what was it? From Kempsey to Coffs Harbour. Not bad, I know, right? I'm pretty happy with that. I'm not happy that it said that my landing was 44 feet, which is very weird. A lot of people would just be like, I'll take it. No. I would very much prefer to have a good landing report. Right, let's have a look here. What have we got? We're getting pretty close to the point where we can fly straight to the Gold Coast. I'm going to have to use my best discretion for landing at Brisbane too. Brisbane taxiways they feel a little more complicated than Sydney too. Sydney feels very straightforward. Melbourne, maybe not a little too much straightforward. but I've really come to appreciate how straightforward Sydney taxiways are. I used to fly in and out of Adelaide a lot because their taxiways are also extremely easy to understand. But yeah, I've got a new appreciation. Let's have a look here. There is a flight, a passenger flight to the Southport Flying Club. I don't really want that. I'd really prefer to fly to the Gold Coast Airfield, which is right here at Tweed Heads. Where is it? It's somewhere here. I've lost it. But that's still going to be a hell of a flight. Like maybe 100 nautical miles. Could try and get some work to Casino instead, using the freight market, and then from there, from Casino, fly to the Gold Coast. It doesn't say. Let me see if I can get Gold Coast here. It doesn't say exactly how far it is. That's unfortunate. But we could do a flight from Grafton to the Gold Coast if I make sure that I have enough fuel. We should have enough fuel at half a tank. It just means that we won't be able to take quite as much cargo, but then we'll be able to go direct to Gold Coast. So if we were to take a fish, never mind, there are no fish here in Grafton. We do have vegetables. They will last for 48 minutes. Or is it 48 hours? I think it's 48 hours. Pretty sure oh wait, there is fish here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I saw the time to live. Yeah, the number of hours after you load before the goods perish. So we could take in a bunch of fish. The weight is 110. So we'd be able to get in 22 fish for $600 profit per fish. So that would mean that we would end up with a profit of what's that, $3,000? That doesn't sound like a lot, does it? But then we have 12 hours to fly it too. Let me just make sure that I'm doing my math correctly here. Let me bring up a calculator again. As we do 15 times, no, not divided by, times 611 is $9,165. So that's a $9,000 job. If we were to take veggies instead, oh, they have the same weight, so we wouldn't be making much more, unfortunately. What else can be bought there? Coffee, meat, veggies, magazines. Yeah, so we're stuck with either veggies or fish. Hey, wait. No, the weight is the same, but the price is less. So if we were to buy 15 veggies, I'm just going to quickly do the math here as well. 15 times 504 is 7,560. I'm going to get out of here and study. That's fine. Might see you tonight. Yeah, for sure. I will probably mention it in the Discord if I'm going to be available or not. But it won't be for another 4 hours or so. And by then the event would have already started. So if you want to get in and do a flight, 8 Zulu, and get in there, get one done, and then possibly we can all get in and do one all together as well. Right, we're going to take the fish. And we're going to fly direct to the Gold Coast. I'm just going to quickly turn on my engine here. We're going to see how far it is to the Gold Coast because I'd prefer to know. And then we can get an idea of roughly how long it was. This last flight here was like 30 minutes for... I'm not sure exactly how far we traveled. And I'm not sure if it counts the up and around either. So, for our approach. We are in Grafton. Excuse me. We're in Grafton right now. Gee, I'm losing my voice. And we will take off 3-6. Destination to the Gold Coast. I don't understand why it's CG, not GC. And then for now, let's just say that we will land runway 35. That's one of the long... Wait, is it one of the long runways? I think it might be 32. Yeah, 32 feels like more like the long runway there. So it is 100 nautical miles. I think we could make that. So we will load up the fish. This is going to cost us $97,000. So as long as we get more than $97,000 on our arrival, I'll be happy. No, sorry, it's going to cost us $30,000. So we'll be looking at making about $40,000 off this. There's our fish loaded up. Let's go to my flight. We are carrying 1820 pounds. We're just missing out on 23 pounds. There we go. We're now carrying 1825. Let's turn off the approach mode. We'll get the plane reset up. Oh, we'll get the plane reset up for takeoff. With our trim. There we go. We'll pre-plan our pushback. It's going to be a nice, easy push. Just ask them to push us pretty much right up to the hold point. At which point we can turn on all of our lights. Let's request that pushback and let's get the engine started. This lever also needs to be back down to idle. Thank you. We'll go overhead. We'll turn on the fuel pumps. Let's make sure that they are connected. Not yet. So we'll turn on the fuel boost. The ignition to normal. We'll hold turning on the plane until they are within range. I'm also going to turn down the prop just a little bit. Because I feel like we would suck them in if we were doing it this way. So get that starter sorted. It's going to get you.
You're good to go. Contact the tower for clearance.
It's fine. Prop RPM is quite low at the moment. Although I don't think you'd actually do it that way, but it's just funny to watch them virtually squirm. Let's get the procedures sorted as well. The approach, we want a... Oh my lord. We want a 3-2 Zulu. Am I moving forward? Hey! There shouldn't be enough prop and stuff to move forward. Alright, runway 3-2. We will go in... I'm going to have a quick look at the chart. YBCG airport chart. I would normally use ChartFox for this, but I'm feeling lazy, so I'm just Googling it. It still has all the chart information though, as you can see here. all the taxiways and everything. We want to come in at about... Ooh, we are coming in from the south. That's an NDB. That's the departures. Okay, yeah, we definitely want arrivals. Not there. DME or GNSS. Are we going to get like an ILS one? Or RNAV? So that's a standard instrument departure. Here we go. Runway. That's Zool. There we go. So we will come in via FICAL. At FICAL, we want to be between 4,000 and 5,000 feet. Above 4,000, below 5,000. So we'll set our FICAL altitude for about 4,500. Sweet. I mean, we could just cruise 4,500. I'm happy to be doing that. We'll be flying along the beach most of the time, so getting a little bit closer to the ground, never a bad thing. You want those views, of course. Let's set up the nav. So now as we come out, we'll be able to hit the autopilot straight onto nav. Let's release the parking brake, and now we can continue to move. We don't even have to use the whole runway here. We can just turn off right here. Landing lights and... Oh, Jesus Christ. Landing lights and strobes are on. Make sure flaps are set to take off. Lovely. Let's get back here. And let's get started. Direct to the Gold Coast. And then from there we'll do a very short flight to Brisbane International. While we're up in the air, we'll have a look at the taxi charts for the Gold Coast. I'll actually load up Chartfox. Get down into that view there so I can see everything well. And take off.
Have a nice flight. Just to remind you, we're not paying you for this one.
Positive rate, gear up. It's going to be a running joke. And off we go. Climbing very steadily right now. Let's hit the autopilot. Your damper is still already on. Now that we have the autopilot on, let's get the propeller going quite a bit heavier. The throttle also. And let's take out the flaps. Now, I don't know when you want to turn the condition to full, but generally we don't have an issue having the fuel condition on low idle. But I'm probably missing something. Let's turn it up to high real quick. Let's see if we start gaining like... Yeah, we're starting to gain a ton of speed. Really good for climbs. Maybe we... I'm going to have to look into how to use this, because if I drop that back down, we're going to drop some speed. Not really. Okay, maybe just a placebo. Our estimated time of flight is, at the moment, roughly 40 minutes. So it's going to be a long flight. Let's minimize this. But I'm excited to get over to the Gold Coast. Means that we would have gone not quite halfway around Australia, but almost. The amount of flying that I have done, I feel like I've gone halfway around Australia, no problems. Flying from Adelaide to Horsham, and then getting the new plane, and crashing it instantly. Then, I'm not sure if I went back to Adelaide or not. I might have just picked up a rental from Horsham. Or another rental from Horsham. I don't remember. I remember taking out a loan at the time to see me through. Then I think I flew... Oh wait, I went back to Bordertown and then went down south. Then across to Portland and back. And then over to Melbourne via Warrnambool Port Fairy sort of area. See, I've done a lot of flying that shouldn't have happened, but did. And I didn't have the cargo space to really facilitate going over to Melbourne in a way that would make a good amount of money for paying off the plane. I'm going to log into ChartFox here real quick, and we're going to look up the charts for the Gold Coast. I prefer ChartFox. You need to have a VATSIM membership to use it, but the way, I need to clear out the stock, the way that it's all set up, very nice. You have all of your general procedures and everything. We will want the RNP Zulu. We're not coming in on any star or anything either. We also want an ILS. No, we're not coming in ILS. We're coming in RNAV. So that's fine. Then we also want a taxi chart. We want to find where the GA park. It just looks like we'll be not against here, possibly more at Alpha. I believe there is a point somewhere in these charts that it does mention where the GA parking is, and from there you can kind of find out that. Let's have a look here. Green Centerline Taxiway is on Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo Golf Kilo Lima. That doesn't really help me. We'll probably want Gen. Let's look up the apron charts. This doesn't really help me. All of these stand one right, all that is probably against the terminal. So if I make this one here bigger, you can see here 3 left, 3 0, 3, yeah. 1 left, 1 right, 2, 3 left, 3 right, 4. Yeah, they're all against the terminal. So we'll be looking at, oh, there it is, General Aviation Apron. So we want to go straight past, I mean, we could actually just come off Alpha, but then we'll want to either go Bravo Golf or Alpha Charlie Golf to the apron. Lovely. I will also pin that. And then when you're done, you can see here we have our approach into the runway. Also roughly how we should be flying in. So we want to be 4,500 feet down to 3250 at Charlie Golf to Sierra India, which is the south, which is what the S is actually for here, it's south. So if you're looking at an approach and you see north, or N, November, it'll be a north approach, which is pretty cool. So then we want to be 3250 by Sierra India, by final, well by this point here we'll be on the approach anyway, so as long as I hit the approach button as we come into Sierra India, I'll be happy. We should just float right down. And then once we have landed, or getting close to landing, I'll probably bring up this airfield chart here to remember to send myself either down Alpha Charlie Golf, or actually, hang on, I need a runway here. So with how slow we are, we might even be able to come off Delta Charlie Golf. I'm going to pin this one here too. We know where we're parking. We're parking here at GA parking. Even though I'm not quite sure I would assume we're a GA aircraft. Either way, it's all pinned. I don't think we'll need the parking chart anymore. I'm going to keep it on, but I'm going to move it to the last page instead. Yeah, that is a service that comes along with VATSIM. Pretty cool. Definitely the one I use, since I can't really actually afford a Navigraph subscription with other subscriptions that we have going here. It's like a choose, and I choose the other things. Because it goes more with what I do outside of content creation. Maybe one day if we can get some money through the content creation side of things, then I'll look into it and invest that back into doing, making the content better, obviously. All right, we are estimating now 23 minutes. Our time is climbing slightly. Why? We can actually go up a little further, try and get some more of that smooth air. Let's go 6,000. This plane can definitely, it could probably even do 10. But we'll see how we go. But we're looking at about a half-hour flight time, which should be cool. And I need to stop moving away from my microphone. It just feels weird having it right up in my face. So we're going to pass Bolina. I'm actually not sure what this one here is. And as we get higher, our top of descent should move back closer towards us. But yeah, Feigl at 4,500. Can I insert that into the flight plan? I don't think I can. No. Okay. I just need to remember 4,500 by Feigl. Excuse me. However, being an RNAV approach, it should really know that information, right? I shouldn't have to worry too much about it. Oops, I have closed something that I wasn't meant to. There we go. We're now cruising 6,000. I don't think there's really too many height limitations here except for above 3,000. I'm going to have a look at this chart again. Yeah, so if you're coming in from the southeast, which we are, 3,000 feet. It also says within 10 nautical miles, 4,600. So it says 25 nautical miles MSA, 3,000 feet, and then 10 nautical miles, 4,600. Well, I'm still trying to understand these things. Maybe I'll ask Verb Jim again, trying to understand how to read the airport charts. Verb Jim, I believe, actually has his IRL pilot license. So might understand how to read those things a little bit better than I can. But yeah, I really should learn what all these boundaries are as well. It might be, I don't know. I'm not going to assume because it's just going to make me look stupid. Some of them that you see like this around Adelaide are restricted airspaces. There's one just to the north of Parafield Airfield for Edinburgh military. But that also covers the Gawler Airfield. Show you at some stage. I actually can show you. I have a program that can show you. Actually, with that program, we can also figure out what this is. So, what's it called? There it is. All right, now we're looking at 20 minutes. Lovely. Yeah, I should have just done a direct flight to bloody... No. I'm not going to do a direct flight. Generally, I try and avoid direct flights in neofly, even though it might take a little bit longer to get to where I'm going. The amount of money you make is generally less. However, I'll be very surprised if we don't make any money on our way into Brisbane either. Brisbane, again, being another 20-minute flight, so there's only going to be a couple more flights in this live stream, and then we will be there. All right, here we go. This is what I'm seeing here. So you see this big area here off to my right. If I load up a little nav map here and I press full, here you can see, wait, that's like, I'm not sure. But here you can see Evans Head Air Weapons Range, Southern DPA. That would be a restricted airspace. Why am I not getting any information on that? Because I don't have the FIRs on? It is FIR, right? Oh, airspaces, yeah. Yeah, so Evans Head has a restriction. Wait, are we flying through a restricted airspace right now? Oh, bollocks. Let's have a look here. Evans Head. It says minimum altitude 8,000 feet. And this one here is 0 to 8,000. So should we have flown around the airspace and gone through... It says that it's still restricted all the way out here. Oh yeah, I see. There's just overlapping boundaries, which made it look like it wasn't. So, yeah. And then you can see Amberley's danger zone. So you can get a bunch of information off of a little nav map here as well. And I have been using this a little bit. You can see here, I had it open during my flight from Sydney to Brisbane for the VATSIM video that I did. Oh my god, spoilers, sorry. It's because it's already up on YouTube, but I need to do a re-export. And I'm getting confused. Hang on, let me turn off the airspaces. There we go. So here you can see, took off. And it just tracks it all the way through. There's my departure, entry. It just takes it all the way up to Brisbane. There's the Gold Coast as I made my turn to my approach. And then took the approach here. Straight over Archerfield into Brisbane. But yeah, with this you can see all the airspaces, what they are, and I just need to learn more about it. Obviously, again, comes with time. Okay, now close the little nav map. I'm going to bring up my approach. We got down to 2 million chips in Governor and Poker, and now back up to 5 million. Nice, good job. I really need to get on that and try and win some chips. Why do I feel like I just heard a voice? I could have sworn I heard like a voice. Ooh, that was weird. By Verb Jim Tim if we were going to participate in Real Ops Perth. I'm not sure exactly what that entails, so I'm going to ask some more information. They did send me a link as well. They sent you a few chips. Sent you chips a few days running as well. Nice. Bunta! What a name! What's up? What software app is that? The one that I had open before is called Little Nav Map. I assume you were talking... 1 second. While it loads. I assume you were talking about this software here, yeah? Showing all the airspaces and everything, yeah? This one here is Little Nav Map. It's a free program that you can get. Has VATSIM connectivity as well. All these red planes here are currently flying on VATSIM. You can see what was that, a United Airlines coming out of Sydney. There's a Velocity flying over to Brisbane by the looks of it. Qantas 530 flying up to Brisbane by the looks. Let's have a look here. Yep, flying to Brisbane from Sydney. United flying to San Francisco from Sydney. But yeah, this one here is Little Nav Map. I've only just started using it, so I'm not sure how to use it fully yet, but it does track your flights as well. If that sort of thing interests you, you can even set up flight plans in it or import them from SimBrief, I believe you can do, and it will set up a little climb and descent thing here for you. It's really cool. Yeah. So this app that I was using for the nav maps is Little Nav Map. Oh, right there in the chat. Little Nav Map. There you go. Just in case you're a little delayed there as well. But yeah, that is the name of the program. The other one that I was using, this one here, is ChartFox. If you want actual charts and things like that, but yeah. We're looking at the RNAV Zulu approach for runway 32 at the Gold Coast in Queensland at the moment. This one here requires you to be a VATSIM member to use this particular website, but it does give you lots and lots of charts as well. As you can see here, standard instrument departures, standard approaches, standard approaches, and that is chartfox.org. Between the two, I'm not lacking any information, that's for sure. It's just understanding it all now that's the problem. Well, let's have a look out our left wing. Nothing but greenery. Out the right wing, we've got beautiful beach views. Can you imagine living right there? I mean, I know not too far from where I live IRL, there are people that actually live that far from the beach. Like if this here is a house, and it looks like it is, they do literally live that close. Or even like a little closer, where that dirt or sandbar is there. It's ridiculous how close you can get to the beach, closer to where I live. Oh my lord, I can see now why they put such an altitude height on your southwest approach. Look at all those mountains. What was it for southwest approach? Southwest approach is 5,100 feet. Whereas we are coming in, it is 3,000 feet. Jeez, no problem, Winter. Glad to be of some sort of help. I'm never going to get over that name. Oh, I know. I'm thinking of Bunda, not Bunta. Never mind. Although Bunta is also funny. Alright, we're passing pretty much right over Ballina. There it is. The Ballina airstrip. Does ChartFox show you all charts, not just Australia? Yeah. Hang on, let me bring one up. It won't show some of the... It'll show bigger airfields. It won't show are the tiny airfields. So here we go. I've just looked up San Francisco. So we have any takeoff minimums. I assume, oh my lord, that's a lot of information. Hotspots, I assume, for the runways. No, it might be air traffic. But then here we have taxi. We've got the airport diagram for San Francisco, including like, this is actually just insane. I've never been to the San Francisco airfield. All your standard instrument departures, shows every single one, and they're all labeled as well, which is very nice. Then we have standard approaches. There's all your stars, and then the actual approaches. Yeah, so it says stars and then approaches from there. For each labeled by runway, ILS, RNAV, there's NDB, no, not VOR. Yeah, it shows a lot anyway. We're back. Did you miss anything? No, we're flying to the Gold Coast still. We are 8 minutes and 20 seconds off from our approach. Yeah, ChartFox, you need to have a VATSIM membership to use though, Bunta. So if you're on VATSIM, you're fine. It's no problem. But if it makes it easier to read than another website like Air Services, you know, I'm all down for it. Like, I used to use a website here in Australia, crc.id.au. It's run by just some guy who did explain things, and he has almost every Australian chart in there. And while I still use it from time to time when I'm doing quick Google searches, I prefer ChartFox because the CRC was like a long list of everything all in one go, whereas ChartFox you can sort by what you would like, which is very cool. And then pin the pages. Yo, that's a thing you can do on ChartFox. Let's just say I wanted the GLS runway 28 right approach. If you want that on your bar for quick reference, you just hit the little plus button and you can bring it up at any time. If you want to change the order, you can then change the order. And then when you're ready to remove it, you can either clear the dock, you can share it with your co-pilots, or you can just remove it. Really cool. I need to bring up my approach chart now that we're getting kind of close. We are, what was it, 6 minutes out. So we want to drop 1,500 feet, roughly. So let's get the 4,500 sorted. And if we drop 1,500, 5 minutes, so 300 feet per minute. 300 feet per minute will take a little bit off the throttle so we do not overspeed, and there we go. Yeah, we're good. Pretty much every time I fly, it's on VATSIM. That's fair. I can understand why. Right now I'm flying the neofly career mode, but Australian ATC is not online very often while I'm flying. Obviously everyone has day jobs and all that sort of stuff, you know, it's completely understandable. But yeah, otherwise I'd like to... One of my friends was flying on VATSIM and doing neofly at the same time, doing VFR, pull-outs to tower and center and everything. It was cool. And I'd like to be able to do that, but I don't think that's going to happen while I'm streaming and stuff. Oh, excuse me. Gold Coast should be somewhere just up here. We're not very far from it now. Maybe here. And then Brisbane is just a little further, which is where we'll be ending the stream today. having flown from Sydney to Port Macquarie in the last stream, and then Port Macquarie to Brisbane this stream. I've done a lot of procrastinating this stream though. We've been live for 3.5 hours. We'll be closer to the 4-hour mark by the time we finish. Excuse me, but I did a lot of faffing in the beginning. Like I did one flight, it was like an hour in. I was a little disappointed with myself. I really should get neofly open just a little bit sooner, get loaded up with a job ready to go so we can just get up in the air. Alright, 4 minutes. We still have 1,000 feet, so that's 250 feet per minute. We're still on track. Yeah, at FICAL we want to be below 5,000 and above 4,000. So I thought 4,500. Let's just roll with that. As for anyone who hasn't seen it yet, as you can see here on the chart, the FICAL at 15.3 nautical miles, below 5,000, above 4,000. The wind, once we turn, is going to be a bit more of a crosswind, coming from roughly 2-4. So it'll be pretty much straight across the body of our aircraft, left to right. Has me a little nervous. Since we're not using ATC, I'm just going to use the ATIS. There we go. We now know that the barometer is 3016. Apparently, you can turn that into hectopascals as well. There we go. (1021 hectopascals). I totally forgot to do it in this plane. I hope that it holds on to that information, because a lot of people on VATSIM also use hectopascals, including the ATIS. 1 minute 40 out, and we are just 250 feet above the altitude. I'm happy that I figured that out correctly and quickly. In the Airbus, you have to decide it based on how far you have. I watched a video of a real Airbus pilot going through about how they plan for their descent, roughly how many nautical miles they have until they start their descent. I think it was like 80 nautical miles or something to put it into managed descent. The whole video was really interesting, and I can't remember the name of the creator, which kind of sucks. Yeah, I learned a lot about the Airbus in that video, including how to use the MCDU in the A32NX, and just the Asobo one as well. Since before I started flying the A32NX, I could not get the Asobo... I couldn't get the A32NX to load properly. There's our runway right there, right along the beach. So I was kind of forced to use the Asobo A320, but I still learned a lot in the Asobo A320, and a decent amount of it transferred into the A32NX. Let's turn on VNAV. Let's have a look here. So we are coming into FICAL at 4,500. We want to be 3250 by Sierra India. Never mind. I'm going to turn on the approach mode since the glide path is actually coming in. And that should take us a good amount of the way down. I'm going to start coming off my throttle slightly. Since we're about to start descending, that'll just give us a lot of speed right there. Should be descending at roughly 3 degrees. So around just past this line here, which is 2.5, I believe. I am unsure. And now we're doing a pretty similar speed to what we were doing before. Is there any speed limitations here? Excuse me. The maximum indicated airspeed is 210 knots. We are well within that. I don't even think... We can't even do 210 knots. Let's get one stage of flaps in. Then as we cross final, we will put in flaps 2, we'll take off the autopilot, and we'll take it in by hand. And while we are waiting for that, I'm going to take a quick drink because my throat feels extremely dry. And since it's been a hot minute, I just want to say, if you're enjoying the content and you're watching still, don't forget to leave a like on this live stream and subscribe if you do want to see more. There's a VATSIM video coming up within the next couple of days, flying the A32NX out of Sydney, Australia. Just need to re-render that because I'm having some issues with. I had some issues with it, so just need to get that fixed, and then I can get that thing uploaded. Probably come up in about 36 hours. It might come up in 12. But if you're interested in seeing that, flying from Sydney to this beautiful area up here as well, be sure to hit that subscribe button, and you will not miss it. I hate advertising so much in my own stream, but then I'm like, it is my own stream. I can advertise my own things. Obviously, it's one way to grow. Just to remind, just to give people a what's happening. Oh, we're also planning a community event sometime very soon as well. Been trying to organize it with the community, how they want it to be organized. We'll be doing some jet flying and possibly some GA flying on the VATSIM network by the looks of things. So I'll be forced to learn how to call for VFR, sorry, VFR in GA aircraft. You can always do IFR, and I can call that off. That's no problem, but I prefer VFR. And should advertise as well. Yeah, I should. Follow my stuff if you like flying things and driving things and possibly like hunting things. Our VNAV is going a bit weird at the moment. We are coming in. We are now on final. Let's drop that next notch of flaps. I'm going to stabilize the speed, and then I will turn off the autopilot. The house is out here somewhere. I want to be not doing too much more than about 100. Alright. Autopilot is coming off. I'm going to put the pitch trim downwards very slightly. Okay, not that much. What is that? Is that the beginning of Brisbane City? Give it a little bit more power. The approach here is looking much better. It's very clear coming into the runway. Coming a little bit off kilter here. As the wind has completely turned around, we're now blowing right to left. problem with beachside approaches. And Brisbane is going to be no different. Right, real quick, while I'm thinking of it, I'll load up my taxi chart. Alright. I'm all set now. At least I think I'm all set. And it looks like there is just a little bit of tree cover. That's annoying. However, the wind is dying down. It's more of a headwind now, rather than a crosswind. And we want to aim for roughly these thick bars right in front of us. It's getting a little bit off center again. Big run up here, holy. Right, we're slightly low, but I'm not really going to care here. We're going to come in visual now. I'm going to drop out some of the throttle and start floating. Wow, this feels really nice.
That landing.
Damn straight. I am up on 2 wheels. Get me down.
Contact ground for your parking assignment, then shut down your engine.
Okay. We will turn off Alpha here. Looking at the airfield charts. For my direction here, we will go Alpha, Charlie, Golf. So by running Alpha, we're going to avoid crossing runway 35. Let's get up on this view. Actually, my landing felt really good, even though I was in that lower seat. Maybe I just hit everything correctly this time. There's the in taxi into runway 17. Going a little slow. So we want to turn Golf. Does it mean that this is Golf? Or is it the next one that's Golf? It is the next one. It's the one that connects in with this intersection here onto Bravo. And I'm still moving so slowly. Why? My throttle is like 40%. Come on, let's get moving. There seems to be a point somewhere between 30 and 33% that starts going pretty nuts. We are now on Golf. With that, I'm also going to turn off the landing and strobe lights. I should have done that the moment I came off the runway. So now we're like hauling ass down here. It's like 30%. I don't get it. Alright, let's look for a marshal. I am not seeing anything. I don't want to taxi too far either. All things considered, felt like a relatively quick flight. I don't think it was quick, but it felt quick. Well, let's have a look here. It looks like there are some parking bays down here. I'm obviously unsure. I've never really been to Gold Coast Airfield. Wait, is that my Marshall all the way up there? Or is it just a car? Oh. It is my Marshall. Okay. So we have a guy here to assist us with pushback at least. There's probably a marshal inside the building. They're being rendered inside it. Because this game is jank like that sometimes. I was looking at Prepared as well, like Prepare 3D. I don't think it's going to be worth it for me personally to get. But it's 60 bucks. I guess that's like 60 American though. Where are you going? You've seen me here. Yeah, back up. I will run you over. Oh, we're playing Forklift Limbo. Come on, just a little more. Alright. I don't think I could have got much of a better parking job than that. Feel good about that. Turn off the engine. We will hit the play button on Neofly now to signify that we are in the Gold Coast. Once it stops freezing.
Let's go.
Not yet. I have some things to sell. We have fish on board. Now, I said that we should make about $10,000, right? So what would that be? 220? 217? I'm happy enough with that. We'll turn off the battery here so that it stops complaining at us in the background while we're looking at Neofly. We're going to have a look at the fuel. I would definitely say we have enough fuel to get us to Brisbane. It's literally a short hop now. Brisbane from the Gold Coast. Brisbane is this dark blue Brisbane International right here. Oh, Amberley is a military base. Okay. Yeah, so we'll be flying up to Brisbane. Based on the wind, I would say we would come in 0-1. As the wind is coming in right to left off the ocean. It's not that much further north to Brisbane, so we'll want to go in with the wind as much as we can. Just to help us out a little bit. Help us slow down, help us flare a little. I'm going to have a look at the landing here, because it felt pretty good. We landed at the Gold Coast at 79 knots at 46 feet. Yeah, that actually feels like that one was deserved. We've got a butter smooth landing, 46 feet, so that is 5 XP because we got it under 50 feet, which is pretty cool. Flight time was 48 minutes. We got 13 XP, 13 XP, 8 XP, 2.5 times XP for our qualification. The total flight XP was 193 XP, and then we lost 14, 63, 24, about $1,800 roughly in usage, which would cover, I said 220 by the time we landed, and if we take put 1.8 back on this, that would make it 219.2 or 3. So my estimate of 220 was pretty close. Right, let's see if we can find a job up to Brisbane, and we'll finish up in Brisbane. You're kidding, there's no jobs to Brisbane. Alright, let's see if we can force a job to appear in Brisbane. It would suck having to take another cargo mission just to get over to Brisbane. I'd like to do passengers or something. Oh, I also need to check the fuel. Yeah, we're just under a half a tank. We're fine. Come on, give me one to Brisbane, please, for the love of God. It's really fighting me on this. it doesn't want me to take up a normal job to Brisbane, so we'll just pick up some cargo and we'll head over to Brisbane. We won't need to refuel either, which is really cool. We could take fruit. We have 48 hours to deliver fruit to Brisbane, literally a half-hour flight away, if that. The weight is still 110. Because we've used a little bit of fuel, we could take 20. So we would make $10,000 off of that, roughly. Minus fees. We don't have flowers, there's no computers in here, there's no gold, we can't buy the maps. Yep, looks like we're going to be taking fruit. I'm going to take a little less than 20 though, because I want that weight to be... I like having a safeguard of about 500 pounds, so we'll buy 18 and make 9,000-ish from it. Although by the time fees and stuff come out, probably $8,500 to $8,000, which is still pretty good for a flight. And we will be flying from Gold Coast to Brisbane. Let me quickly get up a chart for Brisbane. Feeling like I'm having some deja vu right now. I wonder if we can get an ILS approach 01 right. Trying to remember which way is closest to the GA apron. I'll show you this process of looking at things here too. So it does look like 01 right is the way to go. Landing this runway here. Taking... So it doesn't matter where we come off. We'll want to be taking Alpha to Bravo 2, Foxtrot 2 to the parking. So as long as we come off Alpha 4 Sierra, Alpha 4, Alpha 3, we'll be much too slow to consider coming off Alpha 1. Yes, we will be... I don't think we'll be able to come off Alpha 7 either. Yeah, so it's either going to be Alpha 4 speed, Alpha 4, Alpha 3, Alpha whatever. But it will be taxiing. I'm sure there's an actual way to get this. I'm pretty sure you go through Bravo to allow anyone going... I'm not sure. But since we're not running with ATC, we're going to take Alpha... Bravo 2, Foxtrot 2 to the parking. So I'm going to pin that. I'm going to select our approach. 01 right. So we want to come into Glen at 3. Oh my lord, that sounds nasty. I'm going to come into Glen. At 3,000 feet. And then we'll pick up the glide path from there into the airfield. I'm getting a sense of deja vu right now. Let's pre-plan our pushback. You'll understand why when you see the VATSIM video. There we go. We have our pushback sorted. Our fuel pumps are still on. Oops. Turn this guy here back on. Our fuel boost and everything was still on too, so we probably used a little more fuel than I would have liked, but yeah, those are the things when I'm faffing around and trying to do so much at once. Let's get rid of neofly and let's delete the flight plan. Let's get one sorted to Brisbane via Glen. We're going to have a long taxi back down because I want to take off to the north. So from the Gold Coast, runway 32, we can take an earlier entry into the runway as well. Like we don't have to go all the way down to Kilo, which I believe is the southernmost. Yep, here we go. So we don't have to go all the way down to Kilo. We could take Delta. Might even be able to take Alpha. I'm not going to risk that. We're going to come off Delta and take off from Delta. So we will take off runway 32. The destination, of course, will be Brisbane. I'm excited to finally get over to Brisbane. And we are going to land 01 right. The procedures we will take is the ILS 01 right approach via Glen. Load that. What? Not approved for GPS. GPS guidance is for monitoring only. So this plane here can only do RNAV, right? Can we do a localizer instead? Because if we can do a localizer approach instead, I'm happy with that. Ah, here we go. RNAV. What is MX? Alright, hang on. Let's look up some charts. We want RNP01 right. I'm not sure what AR is. So let's have a look at RNP Zulu. It's still via Glen. So I'm okay with that. That was Zulu 01 right. LNAV RNAV. Oh yeah, it says RNP. What is... I don't get it. But we'll do RNAV Zulu 01 right via Glen. There we go. That flight plan shouldn't look too different. For some reason it's showing 2? Why are you showing 2? We'll have to do direct to Glen. Still doing some weird things. Have a look here. I don't know, both points lead to Glen, so I'm unsure what is going on here. Let's get the fuel boost on. The starter is on. I really should have turned that off too. Let's get the fuel to low idle. Get the prop there. Let's give it a little bit of fuel.
Everything looks good from where I'm sitting. Taxi to the runway and take off.
I then also need to weight match the plane before I disappear. We are 2,150 pounds today on this flight. 2,154 is fine. So we are now very slightly overweight, but better to be overweight than under in the case of neofly. Now that our engine has started, we can select the fuel boost to normal, ignition to normal, starter off. We're fine on that. Let's request our pushback. This is not going to look legit with them. Actually, you know what? They're probably going to take an age. I'm going to release the parking brake and just go now. Otherwise, we will be waiting much, much too long. I'm going to bring up those taxi charts again for Brisbane. As mentioned earlier, we will be taking Golf Charlie down to Delta, and we will take Delta for takeoff. Right, let's get rid of this pushback window and let's get going. We're excited to get down into Brisbane. I mean, there's going to be a little bit of Brisbane on the channel for the next few videos. By now, by the time people see this video, the VATSIM video should have gone up. If not, I have royally screwed something. But it should all be there. The flight director, is it on? It is on. Okay, cool. So we don't want to be flying too high. It's a very short hop to Brisbane. The Glen approach is 3,000 feet, so we will probably only want to be flying 4,500, 4,000 anyway. It appears that we already do have 4,500 in our altitude from our flight over here to the Gold Coast. Big plus. so we'll leave it at that. I also keep forgetting to get the microphone closer. I keep edging away from it due to just past experiences. I don't want to be capping out my microphone, but apparently it sounds really DCS, so. As we make our taxi onto Golf. I'm also going to try and step up the production quality of the videos very shortly as well. I have an idea of how I'd like to do things. And it won't take too much effort on my part to do it. So, before we land, I will also load up Sky Dolly so we can watch the replay as we come into Brisbane. Taking the same approach, 01 right via Glen. So, but this time we'll be taxiing off Alpha to Alpha Bravo 2, I believe, Foxtrot 2 to the general aviation parking on the north side of the field. Actually, you know what? I'm not sure I will upload this as a video. I'm unsure because otherwise there'll be just too much Brisbane. And I don't need that either. Just for my mental. Alright, there's Alpha. Hang on. I really shouldn't stop here. I'm going to try taking off from Alpha. Give it some pretty hard trim to help us lift off, maybe even flaps too. So I was originally going to take off from Delta because of the weirdness at Taxiway Charlie. And just try and take off from Alpha. If it doesn't go right, you have me to blame. This will be good content. So we're going to go in with a rolling start. We have strobe and landing lights on now. Feeling good. Let's get that throttle spooled up. Actually, it looks like we're going to have plenty of runway. Rotate.
Enjoy your personal flight, pilot. You can search for more jobs after you land.
Set the trim to be slightly lower. We can drop off the throttle very slowly. We're actually climbing way too fast, and I forgot to set how fast we were supposed to climb. That's my bad. Should be, that's 1700. No. 800. Alright, I have enabled the autopilot now as we take out the flaps. And we're going to go flying into Brisbane. So we have gone quite a way now. Brisbane. So we went Adelaide to the southeast of South Australia. Into Western Victoria to pick up a plane. Blew that chance straight away. To the southeast of South Australia again, into southwestern Victoria, and back. From there, we then moved inland slightly into Western Victoria and over to Melbourne. From Melbourne, I think we did some POI flights around Melbourne in a live stream one time. We then moved across the mountain range along the southern Victorian coast I forget the name of the airfield we landed at there. And then from there we moved up more north towards Sydney, making our way towards Mittagong, where we destroyed another plane. I believe that was, I think that was the green Grand Caravan. We ended up breaking that. Finally, we went from Mittagong to Sydney, just a short hop. I think it was Mittagong to Shell Harbour to Sydney. Not very far in between those three waypoints there. Three airfields there. From Sydney, I said I was going to do some POI flying around Sydney. Never got around to that, but we can still do that as a freelance job some stage. From Sydney, we flew up to Dockra Military, Maitland, and Port Macquarie. That was in the last stream, and now Port Macquarie up to Brisbane. It's been a long journey so far, and we're still not done with Queensland. We're going to continue traveling north next time. Is that Brisbane or Gold Coast in front of you? I am unsure. Let's have a look here on the map. This is the Gold Coast in front of me. So all of this is the Gold Coast. Brisbane is just a little further along. If I load up a little nav map here. There you go. There is the Brisbane airspace up here. And Brisbane City is, I think it's just over here a little to the west. Although that being said, I'm unsure. But I'm pretty sure this is all just Gold Coast. Saying those words brings back memories. Why do I have to be such a memory-dependent person? God, I wish I could just, like, forget things sometimes. One time I remember someone saying that they have to pick up their brother from the Gold Coast, I think. Pretty sure it was the Gold Coast. And then that's just bringing that back, so, yeah. You nearly went to the Gold Coast with the X? Let's make sure that we're on our course here. We are. Was that because, like, for a holiday? Was it to move there? Like, I'm interested. I'm going to move the ILS chart over to the left here. Don't rotate. That's bad. There we go. Wait, were we using that one? What's the taxiway? No, we were using RNAV, right? RNAV 01, right? Where did that go? It's not in my tray. RNAV Zulu, run right. Move that over. There we go. Now I have the right chart. Maximum 185 knots. We're not going to have to worry about that. And then 3,000 by Glen. Right, gotcha. Glen is our next waypoint. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Yeah, with the dependents for a holiday. Ah, fair enough. That's cool. Would have been an experience. I nearly went up there to go spend time with the X. It was brought up a few times. Hey, I can see my approach that I took in the video. Cersei, Velka, Bertie, Honod, Entox. Oh man, I feel like I'm just reliving the video right now. It's such a strange feeling. So the way I'm coming in right now is very close to the way I come in VATSIM 3. Just obviously a lot lower. And I don't think you actually see much of the approach in the video because I'm trying to move things along. So it's a good thing to actually see it, yeah. Really cool. Two-Point Campus Medical School is now available. A way to reuse models and such from the Two-Point Hospital in Two-Point Campus. So is it a DLC? Or is it a free add-on? Alright, so our top of descent is pretty much right next to Entox. It's DLC. That feels lazy, considering that they didn't have to do any additional work for that. Like $5. You know, $5 seems really good. Sorry, I realize I keep moving away from the microphone, and LoudMax is not doing enough. If I had the other instance of LoudMax on, possibly. Because I have an instance that can go into my voice meter where my microphone is processed, or I have it in OBS, which is where a voice chain is also processed. The one on my voice meter chain is a little louder. And I think that's because I was further away from the microphone. You might get it, that's cool. Man, I wonder what level we will be by the time we finish a circuit around Australia. I don't even know if we will do a circuit around Australia. I'm not sure what will happen. I'm pretty sure we can go all the way through to Darwin. Again, that place gives me a little anxiety. But then by the time we get to Darwin, we have some decisions to make. Whether we go like the private jet route via the CJ4 citation. If we try and move into airliners. It depends just how much XP and money we have, which is obviously very dependent on the amount of jobs and how well we fly between here and now. I'll show you after stream, sure. At this rate here, I'll be live for about another 10 to 15 minutes at most. 7 minutes until Glen. I really do feel like I'm just reliving. Like, I still have all the raw footage. I'm not sure what flight level I was coming in. Like, it would have still had to have been 3,000 for the ILS, right? Do I still have my ILS charter? Yes, I do. Glen is, 3,000 feet. So by the time we hit Glen, it's going to be a very similar flight, and for me, just a lot slower. With the A32NX, you're coming in at this speed. This is my cruising speed. But in the A32NX, this is my approach speed. 150 knots, roughly. Well, you can go a little bit faster than that. Like 150 to 170 is pretty good. It is saying on the chart, I'm going to show you again. This is, I think this is the RNAV approach. Yeah. You see here, Glen is 185 to 160, and then 5 nauticals out is 160 to 150. Hang on, wait. But does that not apply to us? I'm confused. Because there's no way I'm landing this at 100, 150 feet. Excuse me. We also, depending on how things go, we might, I just want to reiterate, we may be live again later, doing a milk run Monday. A little hop from Melbourne to Sydney, Sydney to Melbourne, Melbourne to Canberra, Canberra to Sydney. I don't know. But that may happen. So keep your eyes peeled for that. That'll be in the A320. Because screw doing a Sydney to Melbourne in this plane. It'd literally take the full duration of the event. Actually, probably even longer. So that'll be in the A320. I'd like to do it in the Boeing one day, but I just don't know enough about flying the Boeing. But if it does happen, it will be in about 4 hours-ish. Oh, excuse me, apologies. Should be hitting our top of descent in the next minute or two. Yep, top of descent right there. I'm going to leave it to the autopilot to get us on there. I'm going to trust it. Although my calculations earlier into the Gold Coast made me feel pretty good. So if we were to descend right now, it'd be roughly 600 feet per minute at this point. Turn on the VNAV and we'll turn the alt select down to 3,000 feet. There you can see VPath has come on and it will follow the VPath down to 3,000. From there we can then pick up the glide path coming out of Glen. It sounds so nasty. Hey look, there's Brisbane City. Hang on. Right there, Brisbane City. The airfield just being a little bit further beyond, kind of about here-ish, maybe? Kind of right on the coast, but it's unfortunate that I can't render it that far. But Brisbane City, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, from here, it almost looks like mini London because of the river running right through it. Brisbane City, London Junior. I have to stop overthinking things right now or else I'm going to have a meltdown. We are on our VNAV. You see here it's now dropping us at 1,000 feet per minute as the glide path is very slowly coming in. It's only going to put our descent down to Glen at 3,000. From there we'll pick up the glide slope. So happy. We are actually overspeeding. Let me quickly drop out some everything. We're going to have a very slight headwind too. It's going to be a little bit cross right to left, but it looks like that when we turn, we will have a headwind. This might be... This is not the military base. This is the other the other airfield that I completely missed on my approach last time. Because, like I said, I was going way too fast. I had a lot to think about on the way in, including the ATC. I was calling up ATC right about here last time. And actually, if I were on VATSIM right now, I'd say that I were on a 10-mile final looking to land at one right. There's one right in view, right in front of us, and there's one left just over here. You can see just how spaced apart these runways are, which really surprised me once I got down onto the ground. Our approach is coming in. Let's turn on approach mode. Our diamond will turn purple any second, and we will begin descending down the glide path on our RNAV approach. I'm now also going to bring up my taxi chart. It's a little too large. That's better. And here we go, we're descending. Like I said, very slight headwind, nowhere near as much wind resistance on this one here, but I'm going to put in a notch of flaps. Try and get us down to about 120 at final, and I will put in second stage of flaps there and bring it in by hand, as I have been doing all day. There you go. Another shot of Brisbane out the left window. Stop overthinking things. With the Brisbane Footy Oval right here, or the Cricket Oval. What is it? The Gabba? I missed it all last time because I had so much to do. Alright, let's drop down a little more. Oh, you think they dosed the Gabba and it's now something else? Fair enough. Alright, we're just about at speed 4 for laps 2. As we're coming down into Gogex. Drop that other notch of flaps, and we want to be roughly 100 knots. I just want to make sure that we're not going to go too far off of 100 knots before I start taking it in manually. Alright, that should be good enough. I'm going to go pretty silent here as I am coming in. I'm just trying to focus very hard. Unless you want to hear me just mindlessly talk about what I am doing at any given stage. Look over there. Just trying to ride that glide path until we come over these, I assume they're factory buildings. No way they build houses right at the end of a runway, right? Landing in Brisbane. Yes, sir. Landing 01 right currently. And this is where I'll be finishing up the stream for today in Brisbane. That wind has calmed down even more now. Let's have a look. No, it's 10 knots headwind. Okay, so it's moved more from crosswind to headwind. Took off from there yesterday. Yeah, I also landed here yesterday. I wasn't just following around Verb Gym. He was asked to come ATC here. And it just so happened that I was flying over here. we can visual now. I can see the pappies. Let's give it a little more throttle because we do have a pretty severe headwind right now. Trim up very, very slightly.
500.
Yeah, your gate was like right here, right? Like right at the end? Was it more? No, yours was over here more. Wait, was it? Oh my lord, I'm forgetting. No. No, you were here. I was up here. Yeah, we're flying past your departure right now because you were parked like right here at this gate, and you just got the Alpha. Let's see the butter. Oh god, no. Oh, that headwind feels really nice right now, though. Feeling good. Let's drop out some throttle. Flare. Out. Come on.
That wasn't the softest landing I've seen.
No, I would say over 150.
Transporter from dispatch. Clear the runway and taxi to parking.
Flaps out. Oh, sorry, retract flaps. It was a little heavy. Yeah, I would say if you were to land like that, people would be like, but you know, they wouldn't be like, I'm dying. You know, it's good. Alright, so I already know where we are taxiing. I've got our charts up. Just waiting for the Alpha 4 Sierra exit to come up in front of us. I'm dying in my ears. Yeah, a lot of people get that. Especially with listening to me. Alright, so we're going to take the Alpha 4 Sierra exit right here. It's the high speed exit. Even though we're not really high speed, but we don't have to worry about any other traffic either, so. From here, we're going to turn right onto Alpha. Go right up to Bravo 2. Let's turn off the landing and the strobe now that we are clear of the runway. Right, here we go. I have a little something in the way, so I can't actually see where Bravo 2 is. But it looks like there's a big gap in between Zulu and Bravo 2, so I'm pretty happy. Let's go back up to this page. Look like some good flights today. I might see you tonight in a VC for the milk run. So here's the thing. I can come in early to chat with you guys at the 8 mark. I might have to leave by the 9 mark. But if not, if I don't hear anything, then yeah, for sure. We can like do a milk run at the halfway point. So what's that, like 10? Is 10 too late? Because I know like you got school and stuff, so that would mean that you would go to bed at like 11:30ish midnight. Hey, it's not aviation. How you doing? Welcome back. Have you been keeping well? Unfortunately, your timing is bad. We're just about to finish up the stream. We're just about to taxi Bravo 2, Foxtrot 2 to the general aviation parking, and I'll be stopping the stream. Bravo 2. Oh, taking it a little wide. Foxtrot 2. Wait, hang on, what does that say? Yep, it says Foxtrot 2. And then GA parking is right in front of us. I believe I see our marshaller right in front. Just off to the right, very slightly. Maybe not. Alright, let's slow down. Let's have a look. Do we see a marshal out here? Yes. Lovely. Just on the south side. You studied enough? Now we hope. I'm sure you'll be fine. Alright, where did our marshal go? Over there. Lovely. Let's just have a quick down, because like if you were here, really, you'd have the charts sorted and ready to go. Unfortunately, the charts that I have don't show the taxiways over to the parking, so I just have to work with what I've got. Which is a visual. Lovely. Are we short right now? Really hard to tell, but we're here and they're saying it's okay, so we're just gonna believe them. Let's turn off our engine. We're gonna do a full shutdown now. I'm gonna turn off the avionics here. I'm going to turn off those avionics as well. Technically the plane is off now. I'm going to turn off the battery and we are going to turn off the fuel pumps. With that, we are completely clear. Let's load up neofly real quick and let's finish up here. We have some fruit that we were carrying. It says to sell it by, well, in 2 days, essentially. So we are going to go over to the cargo market. Brisbane is buying fruit, so we're going to sell the fruit for 28,000. Can I do this while the engine is running? Oh yeah, I have to tell it that we've stopped. My bad.
Let's go.
So what did I say? 225, 230? By the time we sell this? 224.04, that's including all the airport fees. Let's have a look at the landing here real quick. So our landing speed at Brisbane was 176 feet per minute. Not butter. We had 2 good landings, even though one of them really didn't deserve it. The one at the Gold Coast looked really good though. I was really happy with that. That was like 46 feet or something like that. Landed at 68 knots, so I think the reason we flopped to the ground, we were going a little too slow. Despite saying it was hard, it was considered a smooth landing, so we've got some extra XP for that. It was a 36-minute flight time from the Gold Coast to Brisbane in the 208 Caravan. We got our security, aircraft stress and payload realism bonuses. That adds to our XP, and of course we get more XP based on our qualifications. The total flight XP was 138 XP. We're not quite halfway to Captain, although with Captain we'll be able to unlock regional airline. That's jobs, by the way. We can actually take freelance jobs with the CJ4 already, which is pretty cool. So we lost 1,000, pretty much, oh, excuse me, essentially $2,300 in fees. So my estimate of 225 still stands pretty well. But with that, that is going to be the end of the stream. We have been flying now for 4.5 hours. Whew, it was a long one. Before we go, we're going to do one thing that I said I was going to do at the beginning of the stream, and that is to pay off this loan. Loans are coming out tomorrow. You can see here where my loans have been coming out. Loans are coming out tomorrow. I don't want to lose an additional $10,000. It just makes it that much harder to gripe back from. So that's what we're doing. These loans come out tomorrow. We now only have to pay 40,000 instead of 50,000. We have made a total. Where did we start today? It's the 21st, the 8th. Today's the 21st. Is this also the 21st? 21st, the 8th. Why is our account balance going down here then if we're making money? Oh, of course, that's the airport fees and stuff. This is like airport fee rental costs. Or rental cost aircraft fee. Yeah, of course. So is this all today? No, this is the 20th. That was yesterday. So we start here on the 21st, I guess. So our money, essentially you want to be looking at the high points here. The account balance when we started was 170,000. So even though we've lost $50,000, we're now debt-free on one of the loans anyway. We need to start looking into possibly, well, by the time we hit captain here, right, we're going to have a quick look at the aircraft before I say goodbye. So if we look at the aircraft, let's look at the CJ4. The CJ4 should be able to start giving us lots of money. To rent one, it is $872,000. And we'd have to go quite a way for this one. Where's the closest one to rent? It's 330 nautical miles. Okay, so it's this one here, out at Miandara, I guess. Tara. Okay, out at Tara. I don't even know if you'd be able to take off a CJ4 from that runway. But it's actually not too far away. But we're only half the level. We're still over half the level away from being able to afford the loan to buy the plane. Even if we got out a new $150,000 loan and an extra $100,000, we're still nowhere close. So we're still going to continue our track up the east coast of Australia. Like I said, I'm not planning on hanging around in Brisbane. There's memories here, even just that. That they just trigger in my memory, and I'm not really interested in that. I'd much rather forget about it to an extent. So from here, we'll end up going through Nambour, Maryborough, Bundaberg, Gladstone, Rockhampton, then I think Townsville is next. What's this here? Oh, Mackay, Bowen, then Townsville. Obviously, we won't do all of that in one go. That's like... So, we've moved. Just for context. Let's put Macquarie. Right, there's Port Macquarie right there. Right, we've moved from the Mouse up to Brisbane. So it's been a long flight, and now if I go down this way, in the last string we moved from Sydney inland to the Mouse. It's like Sydney, we went like around this way kind of through inland, which is, I think we did more today than the other day, but it was fun and I had a good time. Because obviously when I'm on VATSIM, I am flying the jets. Even though I really should learn how to call out for the VFR aircraft as well. So if I want to fly direct to, let's just say, from the Gold Coast to Brisbane, then I'd be able to. Anyway, thanks everyone so much for joining me. If you aren't already, oh Jesus Christ, what is going on here? I'm like right over by the beach. And now my whole game is freezing. Holy. as everything just pops into existence. Can I please reset my drone camera? Whoa! Oh, that's why it was taking so long to load. It was technically still at the Gold Coast. Anyway, thanks everyone so much for watching. I've really enjoyed it. I hope you've enjoyed it. If you have, be sure to subscribe to the channel and like this live stream. Let YouTube know that you want to see more of it. It would mean the world to me as well. There's a VATSIM video coming up within the next couple of days, and I will probably, if I end up doing Milk Run Monday, I might end up recording that too. It'll be a little, well, maybe even streaming it. It'll be a bit less serious, of course. What is going on with this building, dude? It's like it can't decide if it wants to be Thanos or not. Yeah, anyway. There may be a live stream later in about 4 hours-ish, 3.5 hours. If not, then the VATSIM video will be up within the next couple of days, so be sure to not miss that. In the meantime, I'm going to head off. Everyone take care of yourselves. This has been Chillainous. I will see you again sometime real soon. Until then, take care. Ciao, everyone.